Look around, leaves are brown, and the sky is a hazy shade of winter. A hazy shade of winter. Look around, leaves are brown, and the sky is a hazy shade of winter.
Who's going to do the recap?
I could do it. I feel like it's been a while. All right. So we begin with everyone sitting around this chamber after having to have just sacrificed some kids or loved ones to complete the cruelty trial. We eventually go into the last one was isolation, where we all find ourselves, whoever goes in, which is most of us, find ourselves in this just like a black abyss with just a campfire in the middle of it. And we decide the best way to do this would be to leave and walk into the abyss, which everyone except for V does. And everyone is assailed by different mental images, most of us, but one of us decide that that's now a good time to perform some surgery on themselves. Probably poorly timed, as something comes out of the shadows and starts to chase after him. And eventually everyone passes the test by just blocking out these mental visions and running until they see the snowflake, except for V, who stays by the fire and eventually falls asleep. We all get teleported back. Most everyone passed the test. And that was the last trial we had to complete. So the party heads down to the southern door, which inside, now that can be opened with all the sigils, has several plaques of ice with the different tenants and what they mean to Arl inside, with one more door just beyond. Or no, in this room also is the pedestal with the cortisol of Ray.
No, you were right. It's in the
no, okay, yeah, so the four tenants, and then one more door beyond, pedestal with the cortisol, and one more door beyond that. So Gabar opens up the cortisol and reads the first page, which is a incantation in the form of a poem that is basically an homage to the Frostmaiden. He decides to not think it's a good idea to keep reading, and closes the book. So we have what we came for. However, Illiken, Big Smile decides it's a good time to investigate this other door as it's calling to him, and he pushes it open, and inside is all these ice statues, and there's a sigil on the back, a snowflake, and the voice invites, in his head says, and also Sapphira and Illiken, no, not Illiken. Why do I keep saying Illiken?
No, it was Illiken.
It was Illiken.
It was
Illiken was
Illiken.
there. Yeah. Sapphira.
Okay, so
Valen as well.
it's Illiken, Valen, Sapphira, and Big Smile all hear this voice saying, "You passed the test. If you can touch the sigil and survive, then you will receive the boon of the Frostmaiden." Most everyone says that is a terrible idea, but one of us, once again, Big Smile, decides, I'm going to touch that thing. And he does it, and he is instantly teleported away to the plains of Pandemonium. Inside, he is assailed by brutal cold, ice shards ripping away at his skin, but he's able to stave off this, not succumb to this. And as he completes the trial, he comes out with this, permanently snowflake sigil off his forehead as he's received the boon of the Frostmaiden. We all kind of think like, wow, what the hell, dude? But decide that that's baggage we can unpack later, and decide that it's time to head out. So we collect our things and leave. We get out through the top part of Grimskull. Seeing that it's now empty, walk down the steps, and as we get to the bottom, we see our old friend Avarice down there with her motley crew and a whole bunch of new friends, which is the Lahab tribe, or at least the most powerful of them. They're Delima, her 2 dragons, her pet saber-toothed tiger, the Knights of the Black Sword. These guys are all there just waiting for us. Avarice demands the incantation, and after a tense few moments, Gabar strikes a deal with her that he will give her a copy of it. And there will be, at this point, a race to the finish, see who really wins this one. As that is going down, and as soon as the transcripts are handed over, the land is cast in darkness, darker darkness, as a shadow flies overhead from the rock, and we all hear a voice booming, being Arl, mad that we have what's the word? Like assaulted her island, intruded upon her island. So the rock flies down to attack. Everyone disperses. We escape, largely thanks to Illikin learning a new power of being able to transform into a griffin and fly us the fuck out of there. We get to the docks where Angajuk is waiting, and we all jump onto Angajuk's back into his ship, and he dives. The rock tries to dive after us, but eagles, not water creatures, can't chase us, and we are safe. It was a long day, and we decided the best thing to do at this point would be to sleep, which we do. And the next day, we handle some kind of busy work. We reach out to Tariq to try to find out what's going on. Tariq informs us that the Lahab have allied with the Sadifa, and the Sadiq and Kalb tribe have allied, and the Sadifa and Lahab move towards the Reghed Glacier, and the Sadiq and Kalb leaders want to meet with us. Gabar reaches out to Scoop, no answer. Gabar and Illikin kind of know what's going on, but decide to keep that to themselves. Later on that night, Valin gives a speech on saying, hey, just again, I'm not evil. It's just I'm trying to get some shit done, and try as she might, the party still has their reservations about her. Seems like some of them are starting to warm up, but some of us just can't trust her. Gabar talks to Big Smile about, you don't have to do this alone. Illikin and Sapphira speak for a moment. And as the party beds down for another night, Sapphira grabs her axe in the middle of the night and approaches Big Smile, contemplating whether or not she should kill Big Smile for receiving the boon of the Frostmaiden before going back to her bed. Unknowingly was watched by Sanar the whole time.
Yep. So we get the title sequence, and we get the Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frostmaiden. Snow blows it away, right? And it's a black screen. And we get an open tundra, right? But it's like close up on the snow, as we see some footsteps run past the screen, right? Quietly, but deftly. As the camera sort of zooms out, we can see it's Tariq, right? With his goggles on and his mask up and his hood on, and he's crouched low with his pike, his long spear under his arm. And he like crawls over the side of a rock, right? And peers over. And we get sort of a overhead, like the camera pans up so we can see what he's looking at. And there appears to be a small encampment. Reghed, for sure. It's not very big, maybe 3 or 4 tents. A small campfire. And you can see that we can tell that this must be either the Sadafa tribe or the Lahab tribe or both, right? But as he's sort of spying on this camp, checking it out, a huge furry claw grabs him by his shoulder and throws him over, right? And he spins out into the snow as standing before him, there are 3 werewolves, right? These Reghed werewolves. And he quickly gets into combat with them, right? Rolls over, starts trying to stab into him, but he is weak compared to their, supernatural strength. He'll stab into one of them, and as he rips his spear back out, the wound stitches back together, and the werewolf sort of laughs at him, right? And he gets knocked down by one of these werewolves, and they pounce on top of him, right? And this werewolf is about to slash out at his face when shoosh, a spear goes through the werewolf's chest, right? And it gets ripped out, and this werewolf screams in pain or does, wolf sounds and rolls over, and the camera sort of pans up to see from Sadiq, what's his name? Tariq, on the ground, right? It pans up, and you could see there is a giant of a man. Definitely human, but we're talking almost 7 feet tall. He's about the size of Big Smile and Illican. Huge man. And he's got this big, this big beard, and he's got all his winter clothes on. And over the top of his head is like a polar bear pelt, where the polar bear's head is still prominent. Let's see if I can find a hand out of this guy. Yeah, here he is. Giant of a man, right? And he will stab into the werewolf and pull it back out. And as that werewolf falls over dead, another werewolf will jump onto his back and bite into his shoulder, right? And as this bite goes into his shoulder, smoke starts coming out, steam starts coming out of the werewolf's mouth, as if biting into this man is burning the werewolf, right? And it recoils back with acid having torn apart this werewolf's face, right? And this guy begins fighting these werewolves, and as he stabs into them and cuts into them, the wounds do not stitch back together. And he does all these cool maneuvers, this giant of a man grabbing both the werewolves and ripping their mouths open and stuff, right? And King Kong versus the T-Rexes, right? And the werewolves lay dead on the ground, and Tariq is sort of sits up, and he says it in the Reghed language, so we get the subtitle, right? But he looks down at Tariq after defeating these 2 werewolves, and he says, "Now who do we have here?" And as this camera sort of pans out from this, we can see that small encampment is being overtaken by Qualb tribe Regheds. And we sort of fade out on that. We fade back in to the ship on the back of Angajuk, sort of going through this dark ocean with, glaciers of ice, sort of. Actually, I think we'll get the top of the ocean, right, where that sound that glaciers make, in Ice Age, where they crack, and it's this icon, you just can't mistake what the sound is, right? It's just you can we hear that sort of sound as we dive underwater. And we can see Angajuk and the ship. And we can see all of the snowdrifters resting. And we can see Big Smile sort of laying on his side. And as we sort of close in on Big Smile, we get closer and closer to his face. And you can see it's twisted and he's concerned or confused. And the screen goes black. Big Smile. You awaken. But you are no longer on Angajuk, the ship on the back of Angajuk. But you find yourself back in the temple under Grimskull. Sort of icy floor around you, right? And there are dozens of corpses in frozen pools of blood still cover the floor from the massacre that you all just committed. And you find yourself just sort of standing here, and you're confused. You don't know how you got here. And we see your face. And the camera sort of, you go out of focus because behind you is a chilling entity. Auril, the Frostmaiden herself. You can feel her presence. And as you turn to look at her, you can see that her head is that of a snowy owl, but huge, right? Her luminous, predatory eyes seem to gaze into your very soul, casting an unmistakable shadow. Spouting from her head, or like her brow, is two sets of these, or like two dark, menacing sort of ram's horns. Despite her hunched posture, she remains tall and imposing, taller than you. A ragged cloak of ice and fur shrouds her form, and her body is covered in fur akin to like a winter wolf, this sort of white, shaggy fur. And there are goat-like legs that taper into black hooves, and her fingers extend into long, razor-sharp, talon-like claws. Let me show you a handout of the Frostmaiden. Also this one. I mix those two images together because I feel like the first one I sent that looks more cartoony is a little too cartoony and nice looking. Mix it with the other one that's way more foreboding. And she stands before you. In her presence, the air chills and silence descends with oppressive weight. In the midst of the embodiment of winter's cruelty, you cannot help but be overwhelmed by a profound mix of awe and horror.
Oh, Jesus.
I need you to make an insight check real quick before we continue.
Yeah. Before I can muster thoughts or insight.
Okay. Something is off about her, but you're not quite sure what. I guess maybe looking into the embodiment of winter's cruelty is enough.
Well, fucks with you a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. So what in the fuck kind of song is this? I don't like this one. Sorry. Anyways, as you look upon her, right, this sort of sense of horror descends, and you will hear a voice emanate from her, but her little beak doesn't move, right? It's like telepathic communication, right? Bow for your queen.
I'll try and hold my ground for right now.
I said bow.
Big Smile will kind of begrudgingly hang his head and put one knee to the ground.
Cool. She will approach, right? And as she does, you can feel just the amount of cold. But you're like resistant now, right? Like you don't even feel cold anymore, except when you're near her.
Yeah.
Right? As she approaches, you have a feeling that you wouldn't even be able to get close to her if you didn't have this like resistance to cold, right? You would freeze solid instantly. But as she like approaches you, she takes this long talon-like finger and places it at the bottom of your chin, and you can feel like the burn of the intense cold. And she'll turn your chin up towards you, or up towards her, face.
Yeah.
And she'll say, I know your face, Ross Ray Snow, for I have seen it before. I saw you when you tried to scry upon me. And I saw you and your band of mortals when you called upon Lathander to dispel my curse on this land for a short time. It was amusing.
Big Small's like trying to find the words to like even muster up and is, at a loss. Does she seem expectant of a response right now?
Not necessarily. She will continue if you don't say anything.
Yeah, I don't think he can get teeth on the words right now. He'll stay silent.
As her finger has been underneath your chin this whole time, and you can just feel the burn, like you're getting frostbite just by her touching you. And her claws will shift to where she's grabbing your face, right?
Okay.
And these claws are like digging into your, not too hard, but like one of the claws draws a little bit of blood as she grabs onto your face, and she will say, "You come into my home uninvited. You killed my frost warden, and you read my codicil. I am the winter winds, child. I am the blizzard. I am the everlasting Rime. I have seen this world in a time before time, when mere mortals were in their infancy. I know you are up to something, my child. Tell your queen." And she'll release your face.
The party you speak of, these mortals, are just doing what they can to escape by here in 10 Towns.
Lies, child, lies. What is your plan?
They seek to put an end to the endless winter. I believe the answer lies in the glacier.
Shit. Oh, shit. Okay. She will turn away from you. Right? And, this, like, her cloak, because she's got this, like, weird fur thing all over her, covering her body, right? And she'll, like, turn away, and as she does, like, frost and mist sort of floats off of it. And you could see that she's kind of pissed, but not, like, overly furious. A quiet moment passes as if she's contemplating. Do you say anything else?
What will you do to them if you find them, us? Their power here is insignificant. They should be spared.
Spared? She sharply, like, turns back towards you. Did you spare my frost warden? Did you spare yourselves from learning of my codicil?
We didn't spare anyone who wasn't strong enough. The children were weak. The Frostmaiden was weak. They're not part of this blizzard.
She will move towards you with this, like, insane quickness. Like, she almost flies towards you, right? Like how the mind flayers, like, lift off the ground. She, like, levitates towards you with a quickness, right? And she'll just push her hand onto your chest, right? And as she does, ice begins crystallizing around you, right? As you can't fucking breathe, right? As you are turning to ice as she touches you, right? And she will say, "You have passed my tests, sweet child. You bear my mark. You have given yourself to me already. There is no going back. You are mine." And if you feel the urge to say something, it is too late, because the ice crystallizes up your neck and over your face, and you begin to find yourself freezing, right, into solid block of ice, kneeled before the Frostmaiden. And as you get, like, the last glimpse of her before, like, consciousness sort of leaves you in this place, She swiftly like turns around and her cape sort of flutters past you, and she marches away as if determined. And big smile. You freeze to death. And then you wake up. And we find ourselves back on Angajuk. It's the morning. What would you guys like to do?
Date 23rd.
Oh yeah, good question.
I think 23rd, but I might be missing a day here.
24th.
24th. Okay.
This
Forgot to
morning would
record
be
the
the
date this
5th,
time.
right?
Oh yeah, because I didn't clock yesterday. either.
Yesterday was the 4th. Today is the 25th.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I missed a
Yeah.
couple days.
My roll 20 like shit out. Yeah, today's the 25th. All right. So you all awaken, having leveled up.
Sweet.
Oh.
Guess who forgot to choose their feet?
Oh my god.
I'm so sorry. This work week was fucking hell. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh.
I was on vacation.
I'm never leveling you guys up again.
Oh,
I'm so sorry, you guys. Give me. I just.
That's okay.
I'll be
know
real
what I was
quick.
going to choose. All right.
All right, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm only giving you guys a hard time.
Yeah, I
What
was looking
do-
through the feed options before, only to inevitably take Warcaster.
what does Warcaster do?
Gives you advantage on concentration saves.
And you can make a cantrip attack as a attack of
well,
opportunity.
it
As an
can
attack
be
of
any
opportunity.
spell, but it's got to be
Yeah.
one creature, one action.
Oh, so he could primal
Yeah, you could
savagery.
do a whole person. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
sweet.
it's very useful for druids. It's kind of a no-brainer.
Yeah, that advantage on con checks. Just
Yeah.
so much moonbeam all the time now. Keep that baby up.
I was thinking like, oh, I could take like a more interesting feat, but all the other ones were it's just not as useful, you know. Like Keen Mind was kind of cool, but some of the stuff that Keen Mind has, Illican can already kind of do. So
Yeah.
there it is, Warcaster.
All right. Well, what would you guys like to do? You wake up in the morning. You have like 2 more days to travel on the back of Angajuk. This is your opportunity to get all of your roleplay and calm, chill talks out, because I can just fast travel us to the next thing when we're done. So if you guys have anything you want to say to each other about anything, now's the time, because you're gonna run. You know, it's gonna be balls to the wall again pretty soon.
Yeah. I'm just going to take the time now that we're like, a fair number of miles out from Grimskull to
Mhm.
attune to the Frost Warden staff.
Perfect. Yeah, that's done.
Yeah,
What does that do again?
I get a +1 to spell attack rolls. I can replace any spell damage with cold,
Oh, cool.
and I learn Ray of Frost, Frostbite, and Chill Touch.
Oh, cool. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, those cantrips are really nice for me because otherwise it's a D4.
Yeah, that's cool. Very cool.
Okay, yeah, Illican should probably take this opportunity to cast Sending and call upon the Akhenathi tribe.
Okay. So what would you like to do / say? And who would you like to communicate with?
So it would probably be what's her name? Nora.
Okay, so to Nora.
To Nora, and then you guys can do some stuff. I'm gonna take a minute or two to write out the message.
Okay.
Big Smile will be quite sullen this morning and kind of just leaning on the edge of the shift and watching all the fish and whatever go by, just really in his own head.
And I think Sapphire is actually going to go up over to him.
Okay.
Slowly, but like with enough distance. Just kind of looking at what he's doing. And then at some point, she'll say, "Good morning, Big Smile."
How we doing there, Sabira?
Well, uh, terrified at the water. Well, actually, I don't know. Looking down at it, I don't know if I really have that to fear anymore.
You put an arm on your shoulder and say, look how far you've come, how strong you've become. This fear is nothing to you now. You've overcome it. You powered through. Feels good, doesn't it?
I suppose. How are you feeling, Big Smile?
Let out like a huge, hefty sigh and say, you know what? I feel better than I felt in a long, long time, Sapphira. Better than I have in the last 50 years.
And why is that?
Probably the same reason you're not afraid of the water anymore. We've overcome so much. We're powerful now. All those adversities, they took us to where we are now. All those trials, all those tests.
I mean, I suppose it was quite the number of trials in order to get here. And
I
I
know you
somehow feel better and worse than I have before.
understand. I know you're sad you lost your friend, but you're stronger now for it. That's what really matters. Gonna give you a soft punch on the shoulder.
She just kind of takes it. Doesn't really react to that.
I will note that every time Big Smile has touched you, it has been freezing.
Is it freezing enough for me as well?
Hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
It's very cold.
You can see, like, even like this stone cold, like, form of her begins to shiver a little bit. And she kind of like doesn't really even take a moment to like just glances at you briefly before kind of looking back and saying, I'd be careful, Big Smile. It's tough out here. And it's even tougher when you never mind.
No, it's only tough if you're not strong enough to deal with it, kid.
I agree.
Sonar will slowly float over and he'll place a hand on Sapphira's shoulder and he'll say, Mistress Sapphira, please aid me with these rations.
Oh, absolutely. I'll kind of like look back slightly over a Big Smile and I'll say, thank you for the talk. And I'll head over and help with Sonar.
Yeah, Sonar's just moving rations back and forth or whatever. He makes up something for you to do.
I'll help out.
Okay. All right. Anybody else?
I mean, Sonar hasn't told me what he saw overnight.
No,
Yeah,
he hasn't.
okay.
He's going to keep it to him. And honestly, he's going to keep it to himself until the need arises.
Okay, just making sure. All right, then no, I got nothing right now.
I mean, even though Sonar is my NPC, he's also part of the unit, right? So I will explain his thought process just a little bit. He does not want to sow chaos and distrust if he doesn't have to. But there may come a need for it, and at least somebody knows.
Fair enough.
Okay. Is there anything that uniquely happens during this day? Do you guys want to do like a tales by the campfire type? Everybody talks together. there is like a sort of war on the horizon.
I mean, do we have a plan going forward? Is it just meet with the Regheads and hope they got something? So, I mean, I think I'm running out of time here and I'm gonna have to do something I really don't want to do.
I don't really like putting our fate in the hands of the Regeds. Well, yours more than ours.
Valen will note that Valen will say that they may have more information that might help make a plan. But otherwise, yeah, she doesn't know.
I think that's probably step one. Talk to them, see what they want from us, see what they have to say.
It depends on how long it's going to take us to even get to the Kolb and Sadiq leaders. If we're getting trapped off at Angajuk Stock and they're north of Kelvin's Cairn, for example, are we even going to have time before Quintus is not Quintus anymore?
Well, I have a backup plan if it comes to that. I'll just lay it on the table now, because I mean, only delaying the inevitable. He takes a deep breath. I gotta make a deal with Levistus.
That's not happening.
I went knocking on the Nine Hells door, and he was the only one who answered.
I'm not having any more deals with any more extraplanar foes.
Or did we
Demons.
just let him become a werewolf?
Either that or a
instead?
crazed animal in the group, so.
At least I know how to deal with that.
I don't think we do. I don't think this is like Illiken's gift. This is, from what I understand of this affliction, it's far worse. This isn't you turn into a hungry bear on the full moon. This is a blood-starved creature. Changes you on a fundamental level, not just physical. I don't know if you've noticed, but no offense, Quintus, you've kind of been a fucking prick lately. And that's not like you. Ever since you've been bitten. No offense, of course.
Yeah, he'll just keep letting them think that's totally all the werewolf bite.
I think you're going down a dark path if we don't get something done about that, and you'd be surprised where you can find strength, Quintus. I think you got to do what you got to do.
All right, now you sound like you're trying to sell shit, and after you went through that, what the fuck were you thinking? You didn't have to do that.
Just thinking I took the clock back 50, 60, 70 years. This is the best I felt in as long as I can remember.
That's why you did it?
Of course, that's why. Me taking this, it gives us a chance to go back to a life outside of this, be great. Why wouldn't I want all that?
It means you're closer to the Frostmaiden.
I mean, we're going to have to deal with the Frostmaiden at some point. And if this means I can get close to her, maybe that's our best shot of beating her. This coldness, this isn't something you can just grit your teeth and bear. You got to be blessed to stand even a foot from her. And so far as I can count, which isn't too high, but none of you guys can do that.
Well, I am blessed in some way. And let me tell you, it has ruined my life.
I think
I'm
blessings
not
what you make of it.
I'm not gonna have anything to do with the Frostmaiden or her followers. And you better watch yourself, Big Smile. The moment I catch you, don't think anything funny. And she doesn't really continue after that.
Big smile. He actually has a bit of a grin on his face, kind of like I'd like to see that, but won't say anything. You got to do what you need to do, Quintus. We'll support you. We just can't lose you.
You're already philandering. We are already neck deep into other forces what we don't know about. We can't add another.
So I'm just trying something. I'm sorry, just testing the sheet.
Punch a Savara.
No, I'm not punching anyone. I'm sorry.
Be way funnier.
Way cooler if you did.
Way cooler if you did.
I think that works.
All right, so I thought about the sending I was gonna do, and I think I might have to do a couple of them.
Okay.
So the first one, I'll post the text and then read it out.
Okay.
Okay, so is it once per day or is it just ritual?
It's a ritual. You can do it as many times as you want.
Okay. We got 2 days. So the first message will say, I could not save Paco. Tell everyone his sacrifice was not in vain. Have the Thun Laka Laga attacked.
Okay, so you will get a response. This is from Nora, right? And it will say that there has only been small skirmishes outside of Sky Tower. Nothing substantial. Just business as usual, really. And something along the lines of like, we trust your judgment.
Okay, then I have an idea of what the next one will be. Just give me another minute.
Have we made any headway on what any plans or anything anybody else wants to discuss or do?
I think just hear what the Daleems have to say if they want to meet us, and then after that, priority 2 is what, get to the glacier.
And I guess when you get to land, hope that the Regheads are closer than what it's going to take for Quintus to transform.
Yeah. Because we got to kill Tariq's dad, was it? That he's like, the right, okay. Yeah, hopefully he's like less than 3 days away of hunting territory. That's priority number 1.
If we do find them, there's a good chance more of us get turned in that fight. We need to finish it.
I won't shy away from a good fight if that's what we got to do. We're gonna have to deal with them sooner or later too.
But
Okay.
I mean, what's
Well, when you guys are done talking.
No, it's okay. Go ahead, Illican.
Yeah, so the next sending will be a great battle awaits us, Reghed War, defend Sky Tower, but send a few bodies if you can, more details coming.
Go. I think that this will only be, it'll be short, something like awaiting more details. Like, let's get the details first before we can move forward.
And yeah, we will find a suitable location to have them go to at some point, but we just don't know enough yet.
Okay, then she'll just say something like, "We bow to your command, Chief Storm
Yeah,
Chaser."
yeah. All right, cool.
I'm gonna spend a little bit of time transcribing a spell out of Zan's spell book.
Mm-hmm. Tell me what you want, what you really, really want.
I really, really want Fireball.
Oh, you don't have
There you
fireball?
No, I never took it.
What?
I mean,
Nice.
V's had it, so
V's
it's
had
like
it,
I didn't
yeah.
really need it, but
Yeah.
it's like I want to use some spells, so
Yeah,
I'm
More
of course.
fireball, the better.
Yeah, yeah. Double
so we can have
fireball. What's
dual.
up?
Yeah, I was gonna say 2 moonbeams, 2 fireballs.
What's up?
Way cooler.
Yeah,
Okay,
way
it's
cooler.
not cursed. Cool.
Good. All right.
Well,
so...
something's cursed. That's gonna be fun.
So, V, since you just got here, is there anything you wanted to do or talk to anybody?
Yeah,
All right.
I would like to talk to Quintus.
Okay. You can pull Quintus aside.
Sure. And this might be immediately after whatever conversation we had where he was like everybody glossed over the fact he said he has to make a deal with
Yes.
a devil.
change the subject on that one real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll approach him and so what are you thinking?
Well, I'm thinking my soul's already damned, so I make a deal to not become a werewolf.
So you think selling your soul out to a devil god is more better than being a werewolf?
I mean, I'd at least still be myself on this plane. And I mean, I'm not even entirely sure I have the soul that I have any claim to. Back in Caer Dineval, the first time, Knights of the Black Sword. Brendan is blanking on his name, but
Kadra.
thank you. He told me I was the bargaining chip with whatever deal my family had, so I have no reason to doubt him. Devils know when to use the truth and when to lie.
Yes, but just because it seems like it's your destiny or if your life has already been played out for you, it doesn't mean you have to follow along with it. Your path is your own.
I know, but on the morning of the 30th, if we don't have anything else, my back's against the wall.
Well, hopefully we can see to that that does not happen.
I mean, feels like another lifetime now, but I spent years writing stuff to expose deals with devils, but
Right.
sometimes you do it because you want easy power, and sometimes it's because you have no other choice.
Do you even know what this might entail?
I'm gonna be able to find out what more he wants, like why he sent Avarice out here. But I assume he's gonna want me to pick up some of the tab on that.
I won't lose you. So if you do this, I'll make sure that that doesn't happen. That's it. I don't have anything else.
Okay, that's it. All right. Anybody else? All right. We are going to sort of fast travel. We do once again encounter this sort of bubble underwater of anti-magic that Ongajuk sort of tells you about. You do not encounter any creatures, however. And if there's nothing else, you can arrive back at Angajuk's spell. Is there anything else?
Yeah, I'll bring up one more thing before we're all done with this. I'll actually go to Valin,
Okay.
and I'll just kind of sit down and just be like, I get the idea that you think that we don't trust you all the time.
Yes.
Yeah, I can understand why. Do you know why I really fucking don't like the Brotherhood?
I believe you've mentioned something about being rejected by them or something. I'm not sure.
I wasn't exactly rejected by them. I was accepted into the sea tower for a short stint. My instructor there, he was a fucking arsehole, wanted someone with more experience than I. And he did everything he could to make sure that I was expelled from the Brotherhood. Didn't take him very long before I was thrown out and set me on a path that led to piracy and my ultimate expulsion from Luskin and a massive bounty on me head. So I hope you don't take it too personally when I tell you that anyone who deals with the Brotherhood is akin to that same line of thinking that they just can't be trusted. I hope you realize that's why sometimes we might seem at odds. I understand what you're trying to do, but as long as you stay with the Brotherhood, just know that I can't trust anyone associated with the host tower anymore after what they done to me.
I hope that you can understand that my affiliation with the Brotherhood is a means to an end. As much as they use others, I can use them. But with your support and the others, I may be able to make a name for myself elsewhere. I just know that the Brotherhood have immense resources that can be used to, she'll say something about like getting the information out. right? Protecting and getting her information out. So that's sort of her reasoning. Yeah, I think that's it.
I don't disagree with that. They certainly have the resources, but I don't think there's some grand benevolent organization that'll take said knowledge and protect it for all good. It's going to hoard it until they have enough power to wield it themselves.
Perhaps you're right.
There's nothing in Luskin keeping them in check. What happens when their power expands from there? They've ruled Luskin for as long as I can remember. If they gain more and more power, there's nothing from stopping their influence from spreading. And that should be a bit concerning to anyone who calls the Sword Coast home.
Well, perhaps the information would be in better hands elsewhere. I'm not against it. Obviously, the Brotherhood has no love for me, and nor I love for them.
It's probably for the best. Think about maybe taking that knowledge south. Candlekeep will certainly protect it while keeping it safe and useful. Anywhere else.
It's a very good point.
Very good.
You get the sense that she is considering this. She's not against going elsewhere with her information. She just wants to make a name for herself. So
yeah. And I just don't want it to be the Brotherhood that gets the credit.
That's fine. She's not against that. You know, she is definitely open to betraying the Brotherhood. Fuck them. They turned on her anyways. You know, like all the Brotherhood turned on her anyway. So fuck it. If she's gonna get this information, this, you know, any magic items or any information that she gets from Yithrin, she is more than well open to spreading it elsewhere, as long as her name is attached to it.
Okay.
Also, she'll share the cred too. She'll put your name on it, Gabar. You know, like y'all will be a team. You know.
Yeah, I was putting that one in the back pocket for later.
She's not against it. She'll put that out there. She'll be like, we can be partners in this.
Gabar and Valen has a better ring than Valen and Gabar. Just for
hey, that's fine. That's fine. Although she does got that Harpel last name though.
Yeah, I got Gamasatara. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, pretty cool. All right, what were you gonna say, Quintus?
Speaking of repositories of knowledge, have we gotten a chance to talk to Professor Scant?
No.
Oh, we should.
Yeah, we should probably do that in these 3 days, right?
Sure. I imagine, like, I was gonna say that when Gabar walked up to Valen that she was conversing with Professor Scant. She's refreshing her knowledge on Netherese lore. But I mean, yeah, you guys can approach Valen or whoever, whatever, over the past 3 days that you've been traveling, and she will have this Professor Orb, and she's conversing back and forth with it. Is there anything specific that you want to know? Like, what do you want to know? It's more of a. I will say, in conversing with it, you will discover that Professor Scant is he has a personality that's very like harumphing, like a real professor, but his knowledge has strict bounds, and he also doesn't he keeps saying stuff about like his programming not allowing him to do some things, and so he is sentient, but to a very strict extent.
Can you do the professor's sound effect again for us?
Yes, of course. If you ask him, what do you want?
Oh, I want to hear you go.
It is good to see all of you again. I would say that if I was programmed with emotions. How can I help you today?
I guess the question is equally to the orb and Valen. Where did this thing learn all this stuff?
So Professor Scant actually has no fucking idea. He just sort of burst into being. But Valin will express that he was like created in Candlekeep, but one of Valin's ancestors either sequestered it or bought it from Candlekeep, and it is a family heirloom.
Okay, so probably don't know why it knows the things it knows. Like it seems like a random smattering of things with no real
Yes,
connection.
but Professor Orbs are a thing. There's more than one. They exist, but they only ever know 4 topics. And they could all be 4 like topics in line with each other. Or they could be just like 4 random obscure topics like this guy. He knows Netheril history, the bottling of this elven liquor called Elverquist. He knows about the Tarask, and he can identify like 1,000 different kinds of gemstones and semi-precious stones. Oh, they also act as translators too sometimes. So he knows Elven, Gnomish, Draconic, Undercommon, and Loros, which is the language of the Netherese.
Just doing my job, Scant.
Yep, pretty much.
It took a germs. Do we have anything Netheril that needs to be translated from him? Like he can read, right?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
he has
Mhm.
eyes. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, he can read, yeah.
No, whatever we had, I was able to cast comprehend languages on. Never mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, basically, he'll save you a spell slot if you come up to stuff. You know, if you come up with something where you're like, "Oh, we need to read this," he just floats next to you, and just can read stuff. And they use him a lot in like Waterdeep or like places where they're like Candlekeep, places where there's like a bunch of powerful wizards and they all have meetings and stuff, and they don't like have to. They use a Professor Orb to translate for them, stuff like that. And all the Professor Orbs have different personalities.
Yeah, it's basically like Chat GPT.
Yeah,
It's like
sort of.
trained on a certain body of knowledge, and that's kind of what it knows.
Mhm.
It's creative to an extent, but you can't really teach it new things.
No,
Right.
yeah, no.
Scant, Professor Scant, because we were calling a ball a professor.
Yes, how can I help you?
Why would the Frostmaiden be after the Mythalar? Is it purely for its power, or to destroy it so that no one could use it against her, perhaps?
So Professor Scant will say,
A Mythalar is a ancient Netherese device that allowed access to vast amounts of raw magic, raw weave, if you will, untampered or uncontained. I am not sure why this Frost Maiden would want such a thing, but it is a very powerful artifact. One of the most powerful things a Netherese they have created.
Pretty high bar.
he will explain that it allowed for like vast armies of people, of Netherese like warriors, to all have magical items without actually enchanting the items themselves. Just the nature of the Mythalar enchanted all of these dudes' magic, like +1 or whatever magic items, just in a vicinity. As long as the Mythalar was in a certain radius of them, like everything becomes magical in that sort of radius. I mean, it's like a Mythalar is an arcane battery.
And this weave it contains, is it some latent power? Does it have to be charged? Or if we find a mythalar within the glacier, will we be able to use it, or will it be a chunk of rock and
Has it,
metal?
has it been
From-
absorbing ambient weave this whole time?
From my understanding, when it is activated or turned on, it siphons the weave in its raw form. For example, when you cast a spell, you pull on the strands of weave in a certain way to get the effects in which you desire. The Mythalar channels raw weave and disperses it out openly so that anyone might pull from it. It's like a weave generator.
Are these things dangerous for those around them? Will it'll mess with the weave if we try to use it in the vicinity? Could it perhaps cause some sort of explosion, or is it? Are they
He
prone
is
to malfunction?
unsure. He's unsure. And so this is all speculative and from historical sort of records. Because those Netherese wizards wrote fucking everything down, right? So, but he is unsure of that, but he's pretty sure that if you turn it on, it's going to be like starting up a power generator, like it's not going to explode. It works properly. If it's not, what's the word? Fucked up, right? If it's not, like
damaged
broken,
or
damaged,
sabotaged.
Yeah. As long as it's not like damaged or sabotaged, it should just work once you turn it on. It has a bunch of effects. Let me see if I can find like what the book says about it.
Yeah, let's hope the first Mythalar we find isn't some defective model.
Well, the first Mythalar we found was defective.
That's true.
Mm.
It was a little baby
Oh,
Mythalar, though. Yeah, he will explain that Mythalars are generally about 150 feet in diameter. So they're fucking huge. The one you had was handheld. And it was powerful enough to change the weather. And that's just a
like
little.
a 10-mile radius.
Yeah, and that was just a little one. Let me. I gotta do some. I don't have like this right in front of me, but I can. Give me a moment. Where is it? Here we go. So the Mythalar, he'll explain that the Mythalar is what makes the cities fly. What made the ancient upper Netheril, the cities themselves fly, because the Mythalar itself flies, and it is powerful enough to just drag everything with it. So if the Mythalar deactivates, then the city falls, but like the Mythalar would just float by itself if it didn't also drag everything with it. It also turns turns items into magical. And it controls the weather. And then there's other, more. Oh, here we go. Its function was simple. It converted raw magic from the weave and sent that power throughout an enclave to provide the magical energies required for continued operation of the cities themselves, right? Because every fucking thing was magic. Everything. Right? When you went into Netheril, the brooms were magic, right? The fucking city streets were magic. Everything was magic. And that's so much magic that like they had to get something to funnel this weave, or else it's like going to be drawn. You're going to get magic. You're going to get mishaps, right? Wild magic. You're going to get wild magic if you don't have some way to channel out all of this magical effect. So it is like a battery. Yep. And it'll also say that some Mythalar are different and unique and do different things. But that's like the base sort of thing about them. Okay. Yep, that's good.
And then, do you know anything about this Nethery city, this Yithrin, or is it just like general broad strokes?
Broad strokes. Yeah, he doesn't know anything too specific. He does know about like Karsus's folly and maybe some specific ones that some specific Netheries, wizards, or cities that, you know, like the first one to ever rise, you know, and stuff like that. But he doesn't know anything specific about this Yithrin.
Does he know the first one to ever fall? Because I think we managed to figure out that this one predated Karsus's folly, right?
Yeah, this one fell before the folly. I was gonna ask why.
Ooh, I'm sure he'll tell you an answer, and it is not that one. But sometimes things happen. He will say that sometimes accidents happened, and you know, because that's the nature of arcane experimentation, right? Is that, you know, you're going to have mistakes, and the best thing you can do is learn from them. But yeah, I mean, some cities fell sometimes, especially during the age where they were fighting with the Farum. There was a lot of like the Farum would suck all the magic out of a Mythalar and crush the city.
I got nothing else for Scanth.
He's gonna be around. He's gonna be around. You know,
I got something.
whatever. Okay, go ahead.
So speaking of raw sources of magic power,
Mhm.
I will go up to him
Mhm.
and I'll say, so remind me again, you know about gemstones?
Yes, I'm very familiar with many different sorts of gemstones and semi-precious stones.
I'll pull my necklace off, show it to him, and I'll say, well, what do you make of this?
Oh, yes. This is a psi crystal. I am familiar.
Well, do tell. Could you explain its function, use, and where it comes from?
There is a couple of ways that one can make a psi crystal. They can be generated through great psionic pressure. Psionic energy put under immense pressure crystallizes into these crystals. It's more common to see it during great psychic trauma. If a creature of psychic capability, say Mind Flayer, was to endure great psychic trauma or something of the like, it will crystallize its psionic powers into a dense crystal.
And what of its capabilities and uses? Anything dangerous?
He doesn't know. He can identify and tell you how much it's worth. That's about it.
How much is it worth?
That little piece is like 1,000 gold, 10,000 gold, maybe something like that. He'll give you a big, large gold sum for it. But basically, it's pressurized psionic energy. Raw psionic energy been pressurized into a crystal.
Made manifest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was more so wondering if it has a button on it that you press and throw it and it becomes a hand grenade.
No, I don't think so,
Nice.
but that would be cool. Okay,
Just don't want
Gale.
a nuke bomb.
No, you know, I don't. Good.
It would be cool if you could crush it and cast synaptic static.
Would be cool.
Yeah.
But no, he is unsure of like its uses. You know, that's like saying, "Oh, what do you use obsidian for?" Like, fucking
Right.
jewelry. I don't know. You know, like I don't know.
I got you.
What do you, or like gold? What do you use gold for? Well, you can use it in
Electronics.
electronics, like,
Yeah.
but like he doesn't, you know
That's
what I
it.
mean? Yeah, like it's that kind of thing. So like he doesn't know what it's for, but he does know what it is.
I got you. That's fine.
So one of those crystals is worth 1,000 gold.
Yeah.
And we got an egg of these things.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Good luck finding ethical
A
buyers.
market. Yeah.
Bro, I come from Luskin. I can guarantee I don't need to find ethical buyers there.
Black
Yeah,
market. Let's go.
I'm sure there's a, there's a emperor
campaign,
guy
let's go.
out there somewhere.
New campaign. Yeah.
There's a Ferrari dealership somewhere.
Yeah. All right. Anything else? All right. Smash cut. We surface again as the ship sort of rises up over the water, and we're back at Ankajuke's Bell. Let me pull. Oh, I don't even have an Ankajuke's Bell thing. Doesn't really matter. I mean, it's somewhere. But
26 now.
Yeah, was that one day or how many days was that?
2 days,
That's
so it's the 27th, right?
it's a
'Cause
3-day
we arrived
travel.
on the island on the 3rd, and we left on
23rd.
the 3rd.
Yep. So that would be the
evening
24th,
of the
25th, and the 26th. Yep. No, it would be the morning of the 27th. Because you guys got there at morning, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to the island of Solstice in the morning. So wouldn't you return in the morning?
Well, we spent some time. I don't know how much time we spent there. Probably like
Oh, that's right. Yeah, so let's
3
say
hours,
let's say it's like
4
evening.
hours.
Yeah, it would be like evening.
But like, I guess split doesn't really matter. 'Cause are we gonna go out?
We
in the middle of
arrived on the
night, or-
23rd of Elate.
All right, let's just say it is now the 26th midday. Done.
Perfect.
Yeah, there was no random encounters. Angajuk hauled ass. Whatever. I don't really care that much. That's what we got. Okay. You guys arrive. There was like a little hut, right? And you had to get off at the bell and then walk your way through across the ice to get to the other side. As you guys are leaving, Angajuk will sort of say, goodbye.
We can't really repay you for the incredible service you've provided. So
Maybe you can. If you find Anga, tell her to return soon. I will wait for her.
Thank you. We will keep that in mind. Thank you again for your service. And if you don't mind, I'm getting away. I'm getting far fucking away from this water as soon as I can. I just start walking away.
Good luck.
Being an awakened creature doesn't expand your lifespan, does it?
No.
And how
being
long
a cool
did
ass whale does.
He must
Yeah,
be very old.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how long? What's the lifespan of a big ass whale?
Not that long. He's alive. He's been alive much longer than he should.
Okay, so there's some sort of magic fuckery going on.
Gotta be. He's got a lot of magic fuckery going on with him.
Okay. Goodbye, Angajuk.
Goodbye.
Thank you, Angajuk.
Your as he dives back underwater. All right, and you guys find yourself on the shore of Icewind Dale at last. Back at Angajuk's Bell.
Well, is Tariq here?
You look around. You don't see Tariq.
That fucker.
Oh.
but Tariq sees you.
What?
Oh,
shit, motherfucker! Scared me there for a minute.
He will reveal himself from, in hiding, because he's fucking Reghed. Like, of course, he's like blends. You definitely did not see him, but he reveals himself, and he'll like approach you guys and do the sign. He's got his mask up and his goggles on, and his hood. He looks like Sonar, basically, and he'll sign towards you guys as if like a welcome or a good to see you back kind of thing.
Hey, can you ask him how many days away his father is?
I will speaking to his head. Sorry again, and I'll ask him.
He will explain, and he'll sign at the same time, but you will sort of get what he's thinking in his head. A great war is upon us. I tracked down small scouting party of Sadafa, but was discovered. I was almost slain until Qualb tribe arrived and eliminated the scouts. And then he will say Al-Dubar, right? As if that's a name. Al-Dubar himself brought me to a large encampment near the coast where the Kalb and the Sadiq tribes are both gathering forces. I was sent back here as a messenger. Dalim Fazian Hasnawe and Dalim Hamad Najim await your arrival at the camp. There is much they wish to discuss with you. The camp is a 13-hour travel up the coast. I think he will know that, and I have that information too. Could you ask him how far away are the other guys? I think they're like a 2-day journey to the west of the camp. Or to the east, I'm sorry, of the camp. And that's a Reghed day journey too, which is more like 10 hours.
His father or just random Sadafa?
No, like the forces of the Sadafa and Lahab.
Can we go 13 hours north and then 2 days across, or is that cutting it too close, Quintus?
I'll find the fucking inspiration somewhere to go. I got the motivation.
There's that Wheelworth talk we talked about.
So this Al-Dubar is with the Lahab and Sadafa?
Yeah, it seems that way.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. He's with the Kalb.
Oh, okay. That's what I was confused about.
Yeah, I mean, you want to ask him about it?
Just like I can ask V, like, who is this Al-Dubar?
Tariq will explain in his mind in sign language that Al-Dubar and Dalim Hamad Najim. Dalim Hamad Najim. Boy, it looks a lot better written down.
Write those down, actually.
The Al-Dubar is Hamad Najim. Al-Dubar is a Reghed word.
Yeah, okay. It's like
that means it means of bear, right?
Oh, that's cool, yeah.
Of bear, but they don't have like a word for the, so it just means like the bear. So his name is the Bear.
Yeah, it reminds me of how in Dune Paul is called like the Muad'Dib or whatever. I get it now. I understand.
You know so much about Dune.
Yeah,
I
I read it
just straight up
recently.
ripped him off. So
I told you I got no problem with that.
The Herbert estate is coming for your ass.
all right, so he will sort of point on your map, I guess. Let's go to the right layer. I'm still not used to this. There you go. If you look up the coast, there's a new diamond there. Apparently that's where the camp is. That's 13 hours, right?
Fuck, Angajuk didn't get too far, did they?
He's gone. There's no Angaju. You can ring the bell again, I guess.
How close do Remoras come to the coast? Like, if we hug the coastline, could we use the dogs?
You could try. Reek will explain that because the coast is a little more rocky, it's harder for Remoras to navigate, but it is possible.
Are there ice flows close to the coast that could support our weight? Because if a Remoras gets up on us, we can get out to one of those, that eliminates its big advantage of being able to burrow up and snatch us.
You'd have to see when you get there. Reek is usually against it. He's not so against it this time.
We
We
can-
could save all the time we can.
If it's gonna save us time, it's probably worth the risk.
I agree.
I say
All
we
right.
risk it.
I'm gonna start pulling the slop out of this fucking
Yeah, so you
bag.
and it's just the most nastiest shit because it's room temperature in there, dude. I mean,
Oh,
as
they've
soon
been
as you pull it
defrosting?
out- oh god, it's
Dying.
disgusting. Ugh, there's
shit.
dog guts and all kinds of shit because they were mummified, buried under the ground to begin with, and now you're pulling them out. And there's just, ugh. But you pull out some dogs, and you know, you got the sleds in there too.
Did we say we could fit this sleds? Yeah.
I don't know
We
what happened to the
I
sleds.
gotta either that or we don't have sleds.
Yeah, I imagine.
I don't
we-
know what we would
see
have done with
why I
them.
would have allowed the sled. You drug them, remember? You drug.
Oh,
them when you moved
that's
on
right.
them.
The shield guardian
Yeah, you
dragged them
drug 'em.
behind them, and
Oh,
then I
yeah.
think we stashed them by
I think they're
shed.
here at
Yeah,
Angajuk's
they're
Bell.
probably in the
Oh, wait.
building. Yeah.
Yeah, here they are.
Oh,
That's where I put those.
there they are.
That's where they are.
Yeah, it's a oh shit moment of like you're in the bag and the sled's not coming out.
Yeah. Okay, so sure, we make do and find the sleds. If you guys travel like that, you can get there by the end of the day today.
Yeah,
Let's risk it.
let's get on the
Alright.
horse.
Hoof it.
All right, Valin will sort of gather all these dogs around and raise them from the dead. They ruff, and you guys can load them up, mount them up, and ride out. Is that what you want?
Do it.
Yes.
All right. The shield guardian sort of tucks in his knees, and we're gonna go ahead and head out. All right. So I'm gonna roll some stuff. That's all you want? You want to just head out, right?
Yeah, no
Yeah,
time
I
to
mean-
waste.
You had a nice break from open tundra and now it's back on it.
Yep. All right. Here we go. Let me roll my Remoraz dice.
Yeah. And plus, how long does it take to fight a Remoras? Like a minute? It'll still be faster.
Yeah, minute and 2 character deaths. You know.
No big deal.
Yeah, the usual.
What is that?
That's like nothing.
Okay. And now I need to see. It is a Remoraz. Okay, it's not. All right, but you do have an encounter. Within this first bit of travel, right? You guys are only traveling for like an hour, right? On these dog sleds. When suddenly sort of bursting out of the water, there is like 8 Sahagwin that start like on all fours, which you guys are familiar with Sahagwin, right? They're like fucking, they're like kind of like Marrow, but without the tail. Hold on, let's see if I have a handout of them.
I think I know these.
Sahagwin.
Yeah, they're in Baldur's Gate 3.
There you go.
Sahagwin? I mean, I know Murrow.
Oh,
Yeah, they look kind of
Oh.
like that, but these ones have like a bluish skin, right? And you can see that whatever sort of coral that they have strapped to themselves as armor, there are like coral that have been made into the shape of a snowflake on their chest, as if they are worshippers of the Frostmaiden. And we can do this combat like how we do our random encounters. I think the fun thing would be for them to grab onto your sleds, and now we have like a battle on the sleds.
Or they're like hiding under the snow in ambush and just
Sure.
grab our sleds.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, they like run out and jump onto the sleds or something, or they wait for you to cross like an icy sort of river thing, right? That comes in on the coast, and you guys go over the top of it, and they burst out of the ice and grab onto the dogs and the sled. So we're gonna have why don't we? I mean, we could do it narratively. We got to have some. It's a skill challenge, right? So who wants to start?
I can go first. And just try to vortex one away from us on like a big plot of land 120 feet away.
All right. What Arcana or spell attack roll?
I'll just do a spell attack roll.
Mhm.
Or Arcana, because that doesn't roll anything if you click that. 22.
Oh yeah, easily enough. You whoosh, grab onto one as they like grab on. You know, they're like assailing you guys on top of the sleds. Okay, yeah, you vortex one away. That's one success. Wait, how many successes do we need?
1.
Up to you. Hey, there we go.
We're done.
That's all
I
we
don't-
need.
One and
I
done.
don't know. I think it's
said
3
that
before
once.
3. So we only need 3 successes.
I will try to look for like a rock that we could kind of drive over that won't fuck up the sled too bad, but
Yeah,
will
and
be
hit
enough
him
to like
off.
jolt him off.
Yeah. Okay. What is that? Survival perception?
I was gonna ask for a perception.
Yeah, sure. Easily enough. These Sahagwin are like weird fishy people grabbing on, and one of them grabs onto Quintus, and you like pull, whoever's driving with the reins. So like Illican, you see a rock and pull on Illican's arm, and the sled sort of goes over and smacks this Sahagwin off the side of the sled. So we only need one more success.
I'll try to intimidate them, essentially just slamming my axe against my shield. My eyes begin to glow as I'm about to just like get the sword ready. Just be like, you want to try and go for it?
Sure.
Or get the axe
Make it
ready. Yep.
Make an intimidation check.
Let's do it.
Okay, yeah,
18.
you succeed. So like we can say that it's not just intimidating, but you like start slaying them. So like what is this? You can like just start killing them however you want. So what?
I mean,
what
she does this and she like gets the sword ready and like it gets the axe ready. Like a couple of them are kind of like moving against the side.
Yeah.
There's one like very brave guy that's like kind of like, you know what, I can take this person. Who
Right.
like, you know what, I can take this person. Bring it on, and I just like fucking decapitate them.
Yeah, he bounces up like towards you, and it's like long, like like how catfish have like the mustache. His like
Whiskers.
his whiskers start curling over towards you, and you just chop his fucking head off, and he flies off, and his body hits another one, and they fly off, and you guys narratively cast some spells, fight them, and they sort of all fall off, and that combat is dealt with. Okay. All right, that was it.
Nice.
For some reason, I feel like it was 4 successes. That's my bad for not knowing any better, so we'll just let it slide for now. So, you guys make your way up the coast with no other encounters. It's nearing the end of the day as you guys see the aurora form above head, and you get this sort of sickening feeling because now you know, without a shadow of a doubt, that the Frostmaiden herself is out there. And the rock, the fucking Iskra, the giant rock, is also out there. And as you guys start to approach, you will see. Get my notes ready. In the distance, sprawling along the rocky coast, is a vast encampment. The camp's expanse stretches out from the stony shoreline and ascends layer by layer up a short cliff. So like sort of like a curved sort of cliff. Oh, kind of like Denival, right? Is that what it was like? Caer Denival, kind of like that. At the top of this cliff is a very large yurt-like structure, sort of like a dome. And next to it is a strange stone monolith. Let's see if I have some handouts. These are just get your head in the right place handouts, not like exactly what they look like. Yeah. That's just sort of like, get an idea of what the camp sort of looks like in the distance. As you are approaching closer to this encampment, which Tariq, signs and makes clear that this is where you're going, right? You will see approaching you from either side, 2 on one side, 1 on the other side. There are 3 Regheds. But you don't really notice the Regheads first, because the thing that you do notice first is they're riding on top of axe beaks. These axe beaks are like sort of decked out in Reghed like attire, right? Or like armor, and they have bones around their necks and stuff like that, right? And as they sort of approach you guys, do you guys slow down or stop for them? But there's definitely 3 Regheds riding on 3 axe beaks with their spears out pointed towards you and stuff like that.
Yeah, if Illiken's driving one of the sleds, I'll slow down.
Probably should. Yeah, I'll halt the other one with them.
Okay. As you sort of as they get closer, right, pointing their spears at you, you can see that these 3 Regheds, their garb is very similar to that of Tariq and other Regheds that we've seen. So very like Middle Eastern Muslim sort of robes with the turban or like hoods or something like that, right? And but unlike the ones you've met, these tribesmen adorn themselves in several blades. So there's like 2 scimitars on one guy and a dagger on his, put in his belt on his chest or whatever. Mostly short swords, daggers, and scimitars, but they are just decked out in blades. They each wear a dark red, either a scarf, a cape, or a cloak that have sort of, the dark red is like matted and it's not like a attractive color. You would almost think that it's dyed in blood. And as they sort of approach, this one guy, he sort of pulls down his face mask, which is like a red scarf, and he pulls it down. And you will see that under his beard, there is an intricate scarification pattern all across his face. So like, scarification, it's kind of like tattoos, but they do it with scars. This guy has like 3 that come out from under his eye, and they go up and around on his forehead and stuff, and like he has this intricate sort of scarification pattern on his arms and on his face. And he will sort of point this long pike that he's also carrying down towards you guys, and he will start to speak to you in Bothi, the language of the Reghed.
Quintus will sigh and cast tongues.
Okay. You will catch like the latter half of what he's saying. Something like, halt. And he's looking at Tariq, who's on the sled or whatever. And he says, you bring Ajnabi to our camp? Ajnabi to be foreigners or strangers or whatever. I'm going to use that word because it's a unique word to the Reghed, but it means like outsider, foreigner, stuff like that. You bring Ajnabi to our camp? And then he turns towards you guys. You are brave to travel so close. Turn back, Ajnabi. You are not welcome here. And he says that in the Reghed tongue.
Aren't you the ones who invited us?
He like looks confused, and Tariq is trying to sign at him, stuff like that. And he will sort of look over to his two companions, who one's on next to him, the other one's like on the other side of the sleds, and he will say in Bothi, "These are the warriors the Sadiq think will help us defeat the Lahab?" He'll sort of look you guys all up and down. And to Quintus, "You do not appear as great champions, although I have never laid eyes on an Ajnabi before. Are all great Ajnabi champions so strange looking?" Considering
your
you have,
help, so
you
we
have
won't
like
prove it here.
Yeah, considering you have like a hairy guy that looks like he's dead, frozen. You have a devil guy and a short rock lady, and you know what I mean. Like you guys look fucking weird as fuck.
Go on, Jordan.
Yeah. So, but he will say, he'll hold his hand up and say, "Yasmina, escort the foreigners to the war tent. We shall see what Aldubar thinks." And again, Aldubar is a name, but it translates to "of bear," which could mean the bear as a title for a person. And one of the Regheds that's on Axebeak will sort of dismount, and she has like a red shawl over the top of her head, and actually a necklace around her neck that has a bunch of Remoraz teeth on it. And she'll sort of dismount and hold her Axebeak and sort of take her spear and point towards the camp as if you guys are to follow her. And she is dismounted, so you're not riding in. Do you guys follow?
Yep. Lead him in.
The other two, Reghed, sort of mean mug Quintus for like talking shit to them. So as this Reghed woman, so you guys walk the dogs in, or you just ride slow next to them?
Yeah, I mean, if they're walking, yeah, we'll
she'll walk
and keep pace
Okay.
as well.
Cool. As you approach this camp, you notice. Actually, I'll pull you guys over to the map. Not a map. It's a. You'll see. There you go. As you guys approach, you notice a flurry of activity within the camp, even though it's, turning night now. Reghed warriors are in a fierce training exercises on the training grounds nearer to the coast. There are a few open-faced tents that, even in this late hour, spill out black smoke from portable forges, where artisans and blacksmiths are skillfully crafting and maintaining weapons and armor. You notice a few old women, their faces weathered by the harsh northern winds, diligently carry woven baskets full of a weed-like plant that bears purple bell-shaped flowers. And the plants are brought to a group of people surrounding a large campfire who appear to be using mortar and pestle and other herbalism techniques to craft a dust-like substance, and then take that dust-like substance and turn it into either a potion or a oil from the roots of this plant that they're all carrying. And you guys haven't seen a lot of flowers out here. So this is obviously some sort of rare plant, but they're making something out of it. A few handlers move a flock of Axebeak across your path to a hastily constructed wooden pin nearby. And the Reghed that's with you sort of ushers her Axebeak to this guy, who takes it and sort of tries to help it. So there's like an Axebeak pin. And a group of hunters cross your path carrying a large carcass of a reindeer. As you guys sort of fully enter the camp and your presence becomes known, do you guys want to leave the dogs? It's tight in here. It would be hard trying to navigate these dogs through here.
Yeah, if there's a pen we can tie them up to or something.
You can leave them right outside of camp and they'll be fine. Okay. As you guys are walking through the camp, the Reghed watch you carefully. Some of their expressions are marked with distrust and weary vigilance, while others whispered in hushed tones and stare with a morbid curiosity. Some, however, simply nod or smile warmly in recognition of those who have walked among them before and proven their worth. You can tell that there are some Sadiq here amongst the mass of Qual tribe. There is a fucking bunch of people. The amount of Qual tribe severely dwarfs the amount of Sadiq that you guys have met. There is maybe 100 people here, if not more. Yeah, it's a big fucking camp. Maybe more than 100. But you guys are ushered through this camp and up the side of the cliff. And as you're going up the cliff, there are two things that you notice. One, there is a large yurt, like I described, that you could see from the distance. It's bigger than all the other tents in the whole camp. And it's slightly glowing from like the warm fires and the heat that like illuminate within. And behind that are like several intricate and well insulated tents / yurts, and another tent for like what appears to be like a war tent, right? Which is where you guys are heading. But before you reach all of that, sort of on its own sort of alcove of the cliff, right? This sort of, I can't fucking find the word, its own little part of the cliff. There is a huge, strange arrangement of boulders. So the boulders aren't that big, but they're like fairly large boulders. But they're all surrounding a central standing stone. It's like a monolith that's like 12 feet tall and naturally shaped, but it has like petroglyphs and symbols sort of carved into its surface. And beneath it is a burning large stone brazier. And then at the bottom of it, below the brazier, there's like several trinkets and offerings. You know, this is some sort of religious site. As you are walking past this, Sapphira, you feel a sort of buzzing coming from your back. And you like reach behind you and you feel the Jihad Kala. It appears to be vibrating just very slightly, but you can definitely tell something is going on as you're going past this sort of religious site. You are brought through all of this to the war tent. Let me pull up my description of the war tent. Yeah, so it's like, you know, a war tent, war tent, like with the thing, and you open it, whatever.
You open it, there's a table.
Yes,
with like a big map, right?
Yes, it's on the outside
of fire.
So that's what you're expecting, right? But it does look like, like a pavilion or whatever those fucking things are called, right? And as the sort of Reghed that's leading you opens it up, she'll say something, and as you guys approach, after a moment, 2 Dalims and 3 other figures emerge from the tent to greet you, right? One of the Dalims is Fazian Hasnawe of the Sadiq tribe. You have met him in his late 30s, beard, sort of slightly handsome. Good guy.
Sort of.
Beside him, there is a giant of a man. This dude has to duck to get out of the tent, right? He is about the same size as like Big Smile and Illican, right? As you will see, Al-Dubar or Dalim Hamed Najim. Boy, it looked a lot better when you write it down. Dalim Hamed Najim. He is this giant man with this fucking bear pelt on his head and stuff like that. Beside him, there are 3 other figures. Amar Khan, you guys remember him? He also a pretty big guy, not as big as the bear. And there are 2 figures that you don't recognize. One of which is a dainty-looking Reghed female. She has pale skin and wears a sort of pale cloak, like a almost white fur cloak, right? And she is decked out in blades all over her body. And beside her, there is another NPC that has a name. His name's Yusuf. Oh, that girl's name's Katala, but it'll be introduced to them in a second. I gotta find my guy. There's Sadar Katala. Yeah, here you go. That's her, right? That's the girl. And then the other guy next to him, he's got dark brown skin. That's something that's noticeable about him. He has dark brown skin. And also Hamid Najim has the fucking scarification all over his face. The Katala girl has like big O's over her eyes that have like trailing tears, it looks like, coming out of it in scarification. And then this guy, Yusuf, he has dark brown skin and has like stuff over his nose and going across his forehead. So those are the 5 NPCs, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 NPCs that exit the tent and to greet you. And they all sort of stand before you. And Fazian, he will sort of take a slight step ahead of everyone and bow slightly. And he will say, in common, because he speaks common, "Snowdrifters, it is good you have come." And this sort of the bear, right? Al-Dubar, this giant man, will step forward past Fazian and sort of get close to you guys and look you all over. Has to hunch over to look at all of you. And in common, he will say,
"These are the warriors you spoke of, Fazian. The Sadiq Dalim, he speaks highly of you. But you just look like Ajnabi to me. I was expecting you to be..."
and he sort of looks up and down at Gabar.
"Taller."
Well, I'll have you know that I can be taller as I cast polymorph for myself to polymorph into a bear.
Do you really?
I do. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna fucking do it. I'm tired of fucking these Regheads talking down on me.
Oh, okay. So the Regheads that are around in the vicinity, and also the other Dalim and the 3 other NPCs, they like take a step back. They're like, "What the fuck?" Right? The bear doesn't move, right? Al-Dubar stays completely still, but you like right into a fucking into a bear. What kind of bear? Like a polar bear?
Yeah. You know what? I'm from south of the Sword Coast. I would go like a big fucking grizzly.
Perfect. Yeah. You turn into this huge grizzly bear, and he sort of looks you over skeptically.
"Oh, very good. Very good. I like this one."
I'll hold the form for a few seconds and I'll shrink back down. Just never done that before.
The Fazian will sort of step up and he will say, he'll place a hand on Al-Dubar and he'll say, the Sadafa and Lahab gather in strength as we speak, Al-Dubar. These are great champions, believe me. They have proven their worth and have marched with the Reghed. They are to be respected. And, Al-Dubar sort of,
"They have not marched with me, but you are right. We have a little
You
time."
haven't confronted gods with us.
he ignores you because he's so big and strong. And he's going to bow down and get back into the tent as Fazian will sort of, "Please come in. There's much to discuss." And he'll go into the tent. And then this guy, Yusuf, that dark-skinned guy, he'll go in the tent. But this pale-skinned sort of girl with the hood and everything, she stands there with her arms crossed and watches curiously as everyone sort of files into this tent. It is big enough to contain all of you. Okay, so it's late, but the smell of wood, smoke, and char fills the interior of this tent that is lined with thick fur and hide coverings. Now, what you were expecting in a war tent is this like table with maps and shit all over it, but these are Regheads. So all of these furs and stuff are arranged in a circle around a centrally located fire pit, above which is like a hole to ventilate the smoke, right? And there are just like seats around the fire. And then around the edge, there's like low sort of portable tables and crates or baskets and stuff around the outside. But like this is like one of those Native American fucking war tents where you like sit crisscross on the floor and smoke a pipe and talk about war. So that they sort of sit down and expect everyone to sort of join them.
They got hookah too.
Well, we'll see.
No,
Damn it. All right, I'll sit.
that would be cool.
Yep.
Okay, so the Fozzian will say, "It is good that you have come. Tariq has done well by bringing you here.
We are glad
Yeah.
to help.
We did get the rundown of what's going on with the Sadafa and Lahab to the west, but east.
West, east. God damn it!
Yeah,
You're
I
right.
fucked myself too.
Yeah.
But any other information you can provide from your council would be beneficial, no doubt.
Fozzian will sort of nod, and he will say, "Some pleasantries. What is it? Word? Introductions are in order." And he will say, "This," and he points to the Aldebar, "is Dalim Hamad Najim, or Aldebar, the Dalim of the Qualb tribe." He will motion over towards this dark-skinned guy, and he will say, "This is Yusuf. He is a Sadar of the Qualb tribe." And he will point over to this other girl, this pale-skinned girl who followed in after you guys and took a seat next to the bear. And he will say, "This is Katala Najim." But everybody calls her Al-Shaba, or the Ghost. She is the daughter of Hamad Najim, or Al-Dubar. But everybody calls her Al-Shaba, the Ghost. And he'll sort of introduce them, and he will explain that the Kalb tribe is so big that they have a chief king and two chiefs, each running their own group of Kalb tribe that don't always live together. Because too many people in one spot is like Remoraz bait. So they split their tribe into three, and a Sadar is like a chief or like a leader. It translates to general. So they're like a general, and then this guy's like the major general. The Dalim is the chief king. So he's like the king, and they're his little lords or whatever. But after introductions have been made, Fozzian will continue to explain that the Sadafa and the Lahab tribes have allied together and marched toward the Great Glacier, destroying and pillaging all the camps they encounter along the way. It has been over 100 years since any Reghed tribes have banded together. But we fear that they have a goal that may risk the lives of not just the Reghed tribes, but all of Icewind Dale. I also want to add, because I just looked at my notes, that in the past, when the Regheds were like massive in number, that each tribe had Sadars, and were broken into smaller groups. But now the Kalb tribe is the only one that has. The Lahab tribe has a Sadar too, so they're broken into two. The Kalb is broken into three, and then the Sadiq and the Sadafa are just single tribes. Cool.
There, any indication why they're marching to the glacier? Did they mention anything?
I mean, I think
Well,
we know.
Al-Dubar will explain that the Kalb tribe has been warring with the Lahab and the Sadafa for generations. but never has something like this happened. Scouts indicate that recently, Dalima Nasara Mufti, which is the Dalima of the Lahab tribe, has found an ally in an Ajnabi she-devil.
We know. We were just talking to them 3 days ago.
So you are aware of this she-devil?
Far too familiar.
We know nothing of these Ajnabi.
Mages in service to an archdevil.
Archdevil.
It's bad.
Kind of bad.
They've turned the other Daleems into pawns for their own games. And the games of their patrons.
The Kolb are among the fiercest warriors in Icewind Dale. But the Lahab and the Sadafa tribes each wield powerful magics that make them difficult opponents. We have developed some ways to stave off the worst of it, but the forces of Lahab and Sadafa combined will be very difficult to overcome.
And I assume you've seen the dragons. They're pretty hard to miss.
Fazian will explain that from what they understand, from what they've learned from the Kalb tribe, Nasara Mufti, a few years ago, found 2 white dragon siblings severely wounded from a battle with what he calls Thunder Lizard. She has spent the last few years nurturing them back to health, and it seems that they have recently regained their strength and serve her as a thanks.
Do your scouts know how many days head start the Lahab and Sadifa have on us?
Yes. So he will say, the Al-Dubar will say, we are in dire need of information. In a recent skirmish with a scouting party from the Lahab Sadafa tribe, my men managed to capture one of the Lahab warriors alive. They are here, in the pit, as we speak, but they have not been receptive to interrogation. Perhaps
We have
you
a
are able
specialist.
to loose their tongue. But from what we have managed to gather, the Lahab Sadafa will arrive at the Great Glacier in a 10-day. And we have located their camp 2-day travel east of here. We are planning to mobilize a bulk of our troops in the morning, while some of the tribe breaks down some of the camp and will follow a day behind. But many who are not warriors will be left here. So basically, they have a 2-day head start on a 10 days worth of travel. And this is they're moving an army. So it's not quick. You know, when the Regheds are moving, from camp to camp, it's no big deal, but they're moving big numbers. So it's hard to manage with all the Remoraz and, all kinds of shit that can fuck with you in the north.
You know these lands and the travel patterns of the other tribes better than us. How likely is it that a small team can close in on Dalim Batrim in the next 3 days?
It is possible, if you move quick enough, but you will be overwhelmed by numbers.
I think we were thinking more assassination kind of thing than a full frontal assault.
You plan to take out Nusara Mufti. We believe she is leading these tribes. The cursed king, the cursed Dalim, seems to have released his reign.
Is he still traveling with them?
From what we know, yes.
Is the cursed king the Siddhartha?
Mhm.
I
He
think I
will-
finally
he-
got all these tribes straight.
He thinks in this call guys, in Al Dubar's mind, you're like trying to take out just Mufti, and he will explain that unlike most Reghed, Dalima Nasara Mufti of the Latrab tribe has always shunned the worship of Shai al Dalim, the great Remoraz. And she worships the Frostmaiden. It said that she was kissed by Lady Winter when she was born, giving her gifts to control ice.
We need each other, so I'll lay it on you as plain as I can. I have 3 days to kill Batrim and nothing to lose.
Why?
I'll roll up my slave.
Some of the other, like Yusuf, this dark skinned guy, his eyes widen, like he was unaware. But Al Dubar, he doesn't seem concerned. And he says,
We can help you.
It's plain.
As I said before, we have been battling the Sidafa for generations. We have found a way to resist their curse. If you have already been infected, it may only stave off the effects. But Wolf's Bane oil can help.
I just need long enough to kill him.
he'll say, some Reged's name that's standing outside, and he'll speak to him in Balthi, right? And the guy will disappear for a second and reappear with this fucking bottle in his hand, right? Like a sort of makeshift wooden carved out little flask, right? And I'll hand it to Aldebar, and Aldebar will hand it to you, and he will give you this. He has a potion, the Wolfsbane potion. So you will recall in the opening cutscene when the wolf bit into him and the acid burned its mouth off. That's what it was.
Ooh.
Badass.
Like some Witcher shit.
Mm-hmm. Well, you don't expect all these Reghed warriors to be fighting these fucking werewolves, contracting lycanthropy left and right. They need a way to fight that shit. But it, like you said, it's not a permanent solution, but it definitely can help.
Buy you another day.
That's all I need.
We will provide you with as many as we can spare.
Might can buy you a few days.
Hopefully Quintus doesn't end up taking this stuff for the rest of his life, like, AIDS medication or whatever. Well, we'll try to avoid that.
He could. He could. I mean,
I
in
am.
theory,
In theory, it would work.
you
yeah.
can take it every day as like a medication, and it'll keep you from turning into a lycanthrope.
Yeah, I'm sure wolfsbane is abundant up here.
It actually grows in cold mountainous climates. So that's why when you walked into the camp,
Okay.
you see all those flowers. That's what it is. It's the roots of a wolfsbane plant. It's actually
the
it's not
purple- yeah.
abundant, but it definitely it grows around here. They have to find it, but it does grow around here.
I'm sure Elikin knows how to find it.
Yeah, you could. I'm sure Illican, you probably called it by a different name.
Yeah,
and
for
you
sure.
might not have known this effect of it. Because it's actually a poison. Like it's poisonous. And that's why you like take damage when you eat it or when you drink
Yep.
it. Do you guys
Okay,
need any more information? Like you said, there's a prisoner that they need you guys to interrogate because that's not working for them. This is a Reghed. Like they're not spilling the beans very easily. And also with that information, you can come up with a plan or whatever from there.
Yeah, Illikin will say to I'll call him the bear.
Sure.
What was it like Aldubar?
Aldubar.
Aldubar. They'll say to Aldubar, the people from my clan, they're big, just as I am, just as you are. They can help. Say the word, and I will send who I can spare.
Yeah, a small grin sort of grows across his face, as that does sound fun. But he will say that the way that their plan is working right now is that they're going to basically try to catch up with the Lahab Sadafa almost right at the fucking glacier. Like there's going to be a big ass combat that happens right outside the glacier. That's like what they're aiming for.
Yeah, and it's like soon, like they're
Yeah,
deploying,
they're deploying tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning, yeah.
Yeah, and then so they're hoping that once they get they don't know what's going to happen, so they're just using what they think is going to happen is they're going to set up a camp right when the Lahab Sadafa get there. They're going to set up a camp and then do whatever they're going to do, which they don't even know what they're doing. Like they don't know what the fucking tribe is up to, but they're going to try to set up a camp, like a base camp, and that's why the Kalb and the Sadiq are going to be a couple days behind, 2 days behind. So they're hoping that they don't accomplish any of their goals in those 2 days. And then following them is reinforcements along with, there's this fucking song again. I'm removing it from the playlist. Okay, cool. Cool.
That's in the vibe.
No,
But,
not at all.
But yeah, Illikin will consider these factors, and he'll mutter something under his breath, like, maybe the Griffins can make it in time, and he'll just kind of he'll quiet down and ponder this.
It's possible. Y'all boys would have to haul ass.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
they would
the
have to
Regheds are fast.
haul ass to get to there. But it's more of like a northern shot for them. It's just a straight north. And you guys have to go like straight west or east. God damn. Straight east. So it's almost like the same distance. Let me do a little bit of measuring real quick. Well, here, I'll pull you guys up the map. You guys can fucking measure it for yourselves. So it would be like Sky Tower to like here. 34. What do you guys got? 53.
53.
Oh shit. Sky Tower might could get there faster.
Oh,
Try
I
to
think
cut
a
them
griffin
off.
could fly there in a day.
Yeah, but they don't ride the griffins.
Oh, right.
But the Griffins are smart. Like, if the Griffins are ordered,
They can
know
follow
what to do.
commands. Yeah, oh for sure.
That would be pretty
Fucking
cool.
eagles in Lord of the Rings.
That could be part of the plan.
Could set up a Griffin flanking maneuver.
But from what you guys understand, These Qualb and Sadiq warriors are formidable, but the odds are definitely stacked against them with 2 dragons and, you know,
An army of werewolves.
avarice and an army of well, they're not too scared of the werewolves if they all get potions. They're like
True.
they're like making a line of potions right now. Like that's all they're fucking worried about. To not transform into
Do
be
we get any of
effective against them.
those?
Yeah, he said you can have as many as you want.
Damn. I would like one.
Yeah, you can have one. I mean, you'll have to deal with that. You know, you have to go do it. You have to go get them, but yeah, you can have them.
Oh, yeah,
Like,
Illican will go with V to get some
Yeah,
of
so
those.
so I mean, at this point, he's like, "Here's all the information. If you want to go interrogate that lady, you can come back with a plan. But we already have like what we're doing. If you guys want to help adjust what we're doing, that would be great. If you're going to tell us that, you know, Goliaths are coming, that's great too. You know, we're going to need all the help we can get."
Is there any way that we can beat them to the glacier? Not with a full army, perhaps, but a strike force or something.
You guys could beat them if you guys just haul ass towards the glacier and not worry about anything else. You guys can make it before the army does.
There's a chance we meet Avarice there, and she's ahead of the army too. But I honestly peg her as too much of a coward to leave without her army.
Every time that the only time we've encountered her, she's done everything she can to make sure that the odds are stacked in her favor. If we catch her on the wrong foot by beating her there, maybe we can be the ones with the better hand this time around, not waltzing out of some fucking combat situation half dead and half fucking tired.
Having the upper hand for once would be good.
If we could perhaps beat them to the problem is we have to find where on the glacier this incantation is to be used, but if perhaps we get there and we lay an ambush for her inside where she doesn't have strength of dragons nor numbers.
That can help out.
And I do have something I've been cooking up especially for her.
And what do you have in mind?
Armies to fend for themselves.
That's the other thing. Like those of you who have seen the force of the, you know, the Lahab tribe and that you've seen the Sidafa tribe, you don't like the odds here, especially with 2 fucking dragons. And if Avarice is gonna stay and help fuck them up, you know, Janth is gonna be there, you know, like it's gonna be a big ass fight.
What's the play then? Mad dash to the glacier.
I'm just worried that if we don't and she beats us there, gets a head start, or if we get caught fighting the Reghed's battles, we may not be able to stop Avarice after, and it'll all be for nothing.
We have a bigger secondary mission, I'll say, to like the Regeds now. And if we fail that, it doesn't matter the outcome of this battle. You're all going to starve to death over the next few years.
Aldebar will say,
My Sahir has told me of such things. I am not a superstitious one, but seeing you before me, I'm inclined to believe her. Perhaps you can speak with her yourself. But I have heard of this task you have.
if we can get the Goliaths to help, there may be a better chance for them.
If the Goliaths leave right now, they can almost certainly cut them off. Because they have like, I mean, it's so close. It would be so close.
Could I ask Elkin like how long it would take?
Yeah, almost the same amount of time. Like everybody's going to converge at the glacier almost at the same time. From what everybody's like, from what you guys understand.
Battle of 5 armies.
Quite literally.
I mean, it's honestly just working out that way. I didn't measure that out until just now.
I don't think we got much time to race here. It seems like the first one of the Reghed Glacier is going to have heads and tails. They're going to have an advantage above everyone else.
We must act fast.
We can speak to the Sahir and interview the person they captured, but then we might want to just hit the trails as quick as we can here.
We have to rest for the night. We can do this in the morning. We can speak to them tonight, but I think that we should leave.
You're right, kid. Let's do what we got to do tonight. But first thing AM, we're on the road.
What in the 9 hells is a thunder lizard?
You think in your mind, what the fuck is a thunder lizard? You've actually faced a thunder lizard before. It's those
up here?
Up here, yeah. And they're 2 young dragons too. They're like juveniles. Not babies, but they're young dragons. So they're not ancient. Fucking what's her name? Arviatoris.
Aviators.
Not Arviatoris.
We could go south to the Dark Duchess.
Go
Hey,
get
there's these 2
Arviatoris.
young dragons encroaching on your turf. You might want to do something about that.
Hey, that might work.
Dragons
It's too out of the
each
way.
other. Yeah. Message. Are you sending? That works, right?
I mean, yeah, it would work.
DC
Yeah.
40 persuasion.
I've seen Aviatoris.
Oh, you could definitely connect with Arviatoris if you wanted to.
I pretty much already paid her since that's my gold in the Duchess. So
Yeah, try telling her that.
Yeah.
all right. Well, should we go interview this Lahab prisoner?
Might as well get it over with.
Okay. The Daleems will be like,
So it is said.
and you guys are sort of dismissed. You can come back whenever you want if you want to talk to them again or whatever. You're sort of open to the camp. So I'm going to give you guys a rundown of what all is at the camp, but it's you will know that in about, well, hold up. Actually, let me do something else. You guys walk out of the tent, right? And as you do, you're sort of the rest of the camp awaits you. But this sort of standing stone shrine thing sort of intrigues you, and you have to pass it on the way out. Sapphira, as you are walking past the shrine, again, the Jihad Kala is fucking buzzing on your back, as if drawn to this shrine.
I think at some point her better instincts are kind of going to like turn off at this moment as she will take off the Jihad Kala and kind of hold it to see what exactly is up.
It's fucking buzzing, and you could see like smoke radiating off of it. You know how like it radiates this sort of black smoke? There's like this black smoke sort of coming off of it. It's just in the vicinity of this shrine. Do you want to go check it out?
I'll kind of like speak over to Gabar and I'll say, Gabar,
Yeah, what's up?
there seems to be something going on with the Jihad Kala. It's calling me over to this pit.
It's
might
not-
have-
Go ahead.
I say, I think you might have the expertise or the know-how in order to assess what's going on.
Yeah, can I make like take a look at it? Can I do like a religion check and see like if I get like the holy artifacts generally, I don't know, reverberate with like holy places? or
You're
something?
not, without a roll, you're not sure. You don't exactly know why. All you know, but do make a roll so I can see what you do get out of it. Actually, you're not sure why, but
Ew, that's not great.
yeah, it's not
Gotta
great.
give
I'll
guidance. No, but too late.
you can give guidance. Go ahead. Add a d4 to that.
Roll a 4. Roll the 4.
Well,
Okay.
The exact
Um,
opposite.
So I think that you do get a slight feeling that these two objects are connected. These two places are connected. At least the object and this place are connected somehow, but you don't know why or how or anything about it.
The one that wielded this spear was the Delima of which tribe?
All of
Delima.
them.
All of them. She was the big one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Head honcho kind of situation.
Mhm.
Yeah, she like tamed the Great Remoraz, right?
Wonder if this
Mhm.
is like where she made base or some shit.
You guys want to go check it out?
Yeah.
All right. So you guys approach this sort of shrine. As I said, it's like the way I wrote it. It's not how I imagine it. It's a circle of these sort of boulders, maybe waist high on a normal person. Some of them are flatter than others, but it's just like a circle of boulders, right? And then on the far side of the circle is this monolith. It's like 12 feet tall, and it's this just like stone, like kind of like a triangle, but it's got a flattened top. It looks like a obelisk almost, but a much wider. And carved all over this thing are these intricate sort of designs and what is it? What's the word I use? Pictograms? Some shit like
Petroglyphs.
petroglyphs. Yeah. And as you approach, and there's a brazier that's got like a burning fire in it. As you approach, you will see that the symbols carved onto this standing stone indicate that like a great leader once made camp here alongside Shai al-Dalim, or the great Remraz, or the maker of kings, right? That's what Shai al-Dalim means, is maker of kings. And the only thing that's sort of strange about this is the great Remraz that is depicted on this obelisk is different from what you recognize as a Remraz. It still appears to be incredibly large, but it's almost reptilian in nature instead of insect-like. It has the familiar frill of spikes and razor teeth, but it only has 4 powerful limbs instead of dozens, and an elongated sort of snout and a reptilian tail. As all of you guys are like checking this out, like what the fuck, a person sort of approaches, a Reghed, and she appears to be a Sahir, right? She's got the sort of black robes, and she's got the face mask and the what's it called that the Muslim women wear, and burqa. She's got like a burqa, and you can tell that she has dark skin. And as she sort of approaches you, she will pull down the burqa, and you'll see this very old, sort of dark-skinned woman, who also has like the scarification on her face that makes her look very mystical. And as you guys are checking it out, she'll just walk up and randomly start talking to you like how old ladies do all the time. She will say, "The Kolb tribe represents the heart of the Remoraz." And she'll say that as she's like looking up at the statue with you guys. But not just that, it represents the heart of Reghed culture. We bring life to our ancestors' tales, as to never forget what came before us. Some members of our tribe can trace their lineage directly to Dalima Amira Safaya herself, the very first Dalima of the Reghed. So we think ourselves the most accurate with our histories. That's why the Remoraz. Oh, that is why we. What the fuck? I got lost. Oh, unlike the other tribes, we believe that the maker of kings, the Shai al Dalim, is not a Remoraz itself. Legends say that he is an enormous beast that burrows deep beneath the earth, and wherever he goes, many Remoraz follow in its wake. That is why the Remoraz has become a symbol to our people. And that is why many believe it is a Remoraz itself. But Remoraz bodies generate immense heat and lack the intelligence to be trained. The great Dalima Amira Safira would not be able to ride such a creature. No, we believe that the maker of kings is something far more intelligent and powerful than any Remoraz ever could be. As you see, depicted before you. A fascinating prospect, isn't it?
What is it, though? Just, you don't know?
It is the Shai al Dalim, the maker of kings.
Yeah, I guess I don't know what I was expecting out of that.
She
It
smirks.
looks like a dragon without wings.
Sort of.
And
Yeah.
none of us immediately recognize what this thing could be, right?
No, and it's also very tribal like drawn. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's not
it's
like
a
a
somewhat
detailed.
crude.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's very crude. Yeah. It's a symbol, right? Instead of like a actual depiction. And
Right, the giant reptile creature burrows in the ground.
Mm.
Looks like a dragon without wings. I have
sort of.
no fucking clue.
4 legs.
Yeah. She will, as you guys are pondering this, she will bow towards all of you. She will say, I am Sahir Majani. I believe you've met my son, Yusuf. I am the Sadar Sahir of the Kalb tribe. And you would know that this is the woman that Homeboy just told you guys to talk to. What's the name? The Aldebar just told you guys to talk to this lady. It is strange to finally introduce myself. I feel as though I already know you, but I have only ever seen you in my dreams. The other Sahir, I'm sure, feel the same as I. They too have had their visions of you.
Yeah, if you don't mind, can you just post her name? chat.
Sahir Majani, Majani, Majani. But she's
Thank you.
she's the Sahir, so the same as you spell Sahir. She will see the Jihad Kala in Sapphira's hand, and she'll say, "You bring a powerful artifact to this site, no less. The Jihad Kala. I heard you were in possession of it."
I'll nod and I'll say, I felt its presence. I felt it was calling me towards this area.
It is either destiny or coincidence that the spear of Dalima Amira Safia has made its way back to this place once more. This cliff was once a safe haven for the first Dalima. It is said she would venture here to look upon this ice sea and meditate before an important battle. When she finally perished and the Shai al-Dalim no longer walked among us, our ancestors erected this stone to remember that one should always think before acting. And then she'll get really close to Sapphira, right? And she'll lean into Sapphira's ear and she'll clutch Sapphira's hand around the Jihad Kala, right? And she'll whisper, "I can feel it too, you know. Her spirit longing for this place." Perhaps when things have quieted down tonight, you should take some time alone and meditate with her here. I'm sure she would appreciate it.
Just to make sure, can I insight?
Sure, make an insight check.
Actually, you know what? I feel like I don't really have any need. I feel like this person is truthful enough since she is part of the Regheads, but I just want to make sure.
Go ahead, make an insight check.
18.
She feels as though the Jihad Kala deserves some time to remember. Yeah, that's it. She's being very sincere.
Once this is all over.
Yeah, just tonight, come back and meditate is what she's saying, really. You know, come back here and let the spirit inside meditate here. But she'll step back from you and say, but that is not the reason I came to you. The reason I come to you is that with a war on the horizon, all of us Sahirs have been fraught with visions. We have something we all would like to show you, but it will take time to prepare. So perhaps visit us after the feast. Should be shortly. And she'll motion for like a dark tent, you know, a little yurt off the side of the cliff, you know, where the war tent is and stuff. And she'll like motion over there. That's where you should meet them after the feast.
Very well.
Very cool. If there's nothing else, she will walk away. I also think I forgot to mention, I think the Dalims would have said, because it's night, they would have said like, hey, in like an hour or so, we're going to have a feast. You guys should be there. And they'll motion to the feast hall, which is called Ishbala, or feast hall.
All right. Figure we interrogate this Reghed while I still have tongues.
You know, a little bit of light torture and then dinner.
Sure, why not?
A little bit of light torture does make me hungry after.
Yeah, it really works up an appetite.
Yeah. I mean, we got tricks to avoid that.
All right, so you
Yeah,
guys
sure.
want to make your way over to where this person is in the pit, prisoner pit. So you ask around or whatever. Tariq will sort of guide you, I guess, because he's here too, I guess, to a sunken pit at the edge of camp. It appears to be like dug pit in the dirt. It's encircled by like sharpened wooden stakes, and it's guarded by two vigilant Kalb warriors. In the pit, a lone captive, clad in tattered clothing, endures the harsh conditions of imprisonment. I think I have a handout. It appears to be feminine in shape. Let me see if I have a handout. Yeah, here you go. You can do whatever with the claw warriors that are guarding it. They'll take a step back, and you guys can see over the edge of the pit in where this woman is.
Feel like this is probably your territory, Sapphira.
Do we know what this woman is inside of the pit for, or no?
She was
Being
captured.
Lahab.
Yeah, she's a Lahab prisoner.
Ah, okay, right. I kind
What
of
are our
look
goals
down.
here?
What's that?
What are our goals here? What are we trying to learn?
I mean, numbers are always good to know.
Where they intend to strike next?
The wall.
If they know where in the wall that the opening is, because we still got to figure that out too, eh?
A heading would be
Why are
nice.
they helping?
Yeah.
Yeah, why are they helping is really what I would think. It was thinking like, why the fuck would the Regheads even want to get into a war?
Care.
Yeah, why would they care? That's what I think. You guys, at least
what was-
that's what the other Regheads want to know.
Like, why
What was-
team up with the Sadafa specifically?
Yeah,
Or what's the word for outsiders again?
Ajnabi.
I suppose I'll go closer to the pit. Just
Sure.
kind of like take a look at her.
Mm-hmm.
How far down is the pit?
It's about 15 feet. It's a very deep
Okay.
pit.
It's deep pit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there must have been like 4 or 5 guys spent all day digging this pit.
How, as far as like health, does she look?
She looks pretty beat up. She looks hungry.
Okay.
She's definitely bloody and stuff. But you look,
Spyro.
she's looking up at you guys, and when you look in over the pit, she fucking looks away. She's like, whatever.
Sapphira, do you recall how we earned Angajuke's trust?
Sapphira will say yes, but I'm gonna have to look at my notes here real quick.
Wasn't it the zone of truth?
Yeah.
It was the zone of truth, yeah,
There you go.
which I still have prepared.
But I mean, V, I don't really want to, like pimp out your abilities, but do you mind?
For an input.
Oh, you want to like probe her mind?
Yeah, but I'm waiting for her to start, for us to start asking her questions first.
In which case, I will cast the zone of truth. I'll get close to the edge.
Mhm.
I'll look down upon this person.
What kind of save is it?
It is a charisma save. I'll post the spell here real quick.
We do have stats for Reghed warriors. Oh, not very good at charisma. Let's see what she gets. A 13. She fails.
You speak common?
You know what? I think I'm actually going to get closer down to her. Like
You're gonna
inside-
get it. You're gonna get in the pit.
Sure, get in the ring.
All right, you start to climb down, and she like gets to one side, and as soon as you drop down in the pit, she fucking attacks you. She's gonna tackle you with like a athletics check. So make a contested athletics check. She gets a fucking 7.
And I get athletics. Hold on. That's 24.
Okay, how do you want to do this? Like, how do you restrain her? She runs at you, but you can tell she's very weak. She runs at you, but she's this warrior through and through. So
As she gets closer to me, I basically just like grab her hand and just like twist her around and just slam her down on the ground.
yeah, she fucking dropped back to the ground, and she starts cursing at you in Bothy.
In which
That
case,
leads.
I'm casting the spell.
Yeah, she's under the effect. Quintus, you come to realize she doesn't speak common.
All right. I know the Lahab tribe is more familiar with magic than other tribes. So I'm not sure how you'll enjoy somebody digging through all your memories. So we can avoid that if you just tell us numbers, why you're even helping a bunch of Ajnabi.
And just to kind of like make certain she's going to answer our questions, I like put my boot on her heel.
Okay. Make
Kind of running against a little bit.
intimidation with advantage. Who has the better score?
I think it's probably the same. I have a +6.
I got +6 too.
Okay, either one. Let's let Sapphira roll this one. Sapphira, make a intimidation with advantage.
19.
Okay, she is intimidated. She will say up in Bothy, you know, I do not wish to turn on Dalima Mufti.
Do you think that matters right now?
Sapphira twists her arm some more and she's, no, I guess not. What do you want?
Why are you helping Ajnabi?
The Ajnabi, Avarice. She came to Dalima with a proposal. She spoke of a great power, an ancient Reghed relics hidden by Frostmaiden beneath the great glacier that Avarice wished to plunder. Okay, I'm going to not do the accent. But this Ajnabi needed Reghed guidance to travel north and reach Island of Solstice for the key needed to unlock these secrets. This was of no interest to my Dalima, but Avarice then spoke of an ancient artifact created by powerful Sahirs of the past that would give the Dalima, that she would give to the Dalima if she helped her. This artifact is said to have the power to call upon the Shai al-Dalim and awaken it from its slumber. Avarice offered to give the Dalima this artifact in exchange to help her reach the Island of Solstice and then guide her to the Great Glacier and defend the Great Glacier from any who wish to enter after her. You know, she's just like got somebody to cover her trail. But she said basically there's an artifact somewhere in this Great Glacier that can awaken the Shai al-Dalim. And Dalima Mufti wants it.
Your poor, stupid Delima. Doesn't she know that avarice is the common word for greed? She's not going to share anything with you.
She will just explain that her Delima is just the most powerful and the most smart, and you know she has almost like a cult-like worship of this woman. But that, like, you know, with the great Ramoraz returned under Dalima Mufti's command, she would be like a god. She could subjugate all of Icewind Dale under her ultimate rule. Not just the Regheds, but the Ajnabi of the 10 towns as well. Those who refused to serve her would be eliminated with the power of the Shai al-Dalim.
While she's speaking to them, I'll go ahead and try to probe her mind a little bit, see if I can get
Sure.
anything else out of her.
Yeah, well, the first things that you get are surface thoughts, right? She's thinking of Dalima Mufti, and just like how awesome she is, right? And like just thinking about how cool and how awesome this lady is and how much she loves her. Would you like to dig deeper?
Yeah.
Okay, what kind of save is that?
Save. Not an intelligence, wisdom saving throw. And before you make it, I'll go ahead and give you disadvantage
How you gonna do that?
because I have.
You leveled up and now you're like, I'm so
the
badass.
metamagic adept feed.
Yeah.
Oh. All right, so what is this thematically? What happens, right, to make her have disadvantage? You're digging through her thoughts, but like, what happens?
I probe into her mind, but basically I'm so in tune with the weave.
Yeah,
It's my bidding. There's almost no way that
it's
a
gonna
target
fail.
can. Yeah,
Alright.
it can fail.
Yeah.
I'm controlling the weave now instead of asking it.
Yes. All right. Wisdom save. 4. She fails. What do you want to know?
Alright. So is
how I
she?
rule detect thoughts with V is that you can just fucking read her mind like how psychics do in animes and shit. Like you can just fucking read her mind. What do you want to know? You can know when she was a baby, you can know shit about her. You know what I mean? Like you can read her whole brain.
Yeah. So is she? Like I know she's in love with this woman or whatever, but like, does she herself, like deep down, this woman Zara, whatever her name is, does
Mhm.
she want to do this?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Really?
She wants to. Yeah, she served Delima Mufti with like the most fealty possible, right? And that was when she was worshiping the Frostmaiden. So she too was like worshiping the Frostmaiden. But now she's like, fuck the Frostmaiden. Shy Al Dalim all the way, baby. We're gonna be at the top. We're gonna be the number one. We're gonna kill everybody, you know. So they've
she's a
like,
cultist.
yeah, she's a cultist, yeah.
All right. All right. There's no saving her.
Yeah.
I
mhm.
mean, that's basically it. She's been pretty honest.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean
she
she's
also
under the
can't
zone
lie
of
right
truth.
now.
Yeah.
What about her memories of avarice?
Sure, she's seen avarice. I mean, what do you want to know?
Like, has she overheard avarice talking about what she plans to do?
No.
Um, how many soldiers do the two tribes have?
Yeah,
Um
is there a good visual of?
so yeah, sure, you
Oh,
can
I guess
see
you could
it.
just ask her
You can
that.
see it in our mind's eye, like the size of their camp and stuff. It's not massive. The Qual definitely has numbers over the Lahab and the Sadafa, but like
Quality
the
over quantity.
right. They have fucking werewolves. There's a couple of magic casters. And like even the Delima herself is like Frost Warden level of like devoted to the Frostmaiden. Well, she was at one point. She's not anymore, but you know, like she still has this great ice powers and stuff. And she uses it like not like spell casting, but like fucking to fight motherfuckers. And there's also two dragons. So the Qualb has the numbers, but they're fierce.
Guess that was it.
Does she know what tent Botram and Mufti sleep in?
She will. I mean, she can describe it to you, I guess.
Or like can V see it?
Yeah, V can see it. Yeah.
Do tell.
Yeah, I guess like positioning if Botram and Mufti are like,
Yeah.
do they stay in the center of the tribe where it's
Yes.
safest, or like are
Yes.
they leading the spear?
No, they're in the very center. Especially of the camp, like of the camp itself when they camp. There's two tents and they're right beside each other. And also, if you ask, the cursed Dalim wants to be on the winning side. That's it. That's the only reason he's joining, is because it's like his tribe is very small. You know, like the Sadiq is about the same size as the Sadafa, but so they're very small. They need somebody, and they had to pick a side, and they've been warring with the Kalb forever. So like, fuck the Kalb. Let's join this bitch who's gonna bring back the Shai Al Dalim, and we'll be with them. You know, like the Shai Al Dalim once like united all of the people of all the Regheds, right, and created the tribes in the first place. So it's like, yeah, you want to be on that side. Anything else?
Is
Nope.
it?
No.
Okay. All right. If you guys, if Sapphira like curb stomps her and tries to climb out of the pit, you guys help Sapphira out of the pit.
Yeah, she'll as soon as I kind of like look up and I say like, do we have all the information we need?
She's not going anywhere if we have more questions later.
I will then just elbow her at the back of the head.
Yeah. She like drops down. She's too weak to attack you, but she's not like unconscious.
Okay.
And you can climb
Uh-huh.
back out of the pit. You guys help Sapphira. And as you she'll like spit blood on the ground and she's like sitting back up and her head's reeling. And she'll say, I may be a prisoner and I may die here, but my spirit will live on, knowing I aided Dalima Nasera Mifti into reaching godhood and taking Icewind Dale back from the Ajnabi and returning it to its people.
Whatever delusions you need.
Let that be a warning. I say it without really even knowing like what exactly she's saying.
Yeah. But she is basically like, hey, we're doing what's best for the Regheds. That's her thought process. Fuck these 10 towns and these Ajnabi taking our land. We're the natives of this land. But anyways, you guys you can go wherever you want. You know that the dinner is about to happen here in just a minute. But there is I think everything's basically shut down. You'd have to check out more stuff in the morning. So you guys want to head to the feast hall? You can see people migrating towards it.
Yeah, just like take stock of wherever they're producing all the Wolfsbane stuff, and
Yeah, you saw it when
go
you
there
came in. Yeah, you saw it when you
grab
came
all
in
that in the
too.
morning.
Yeah. Okay, so you guys want to head to the what is it called?
The feast.
Yeah, feast hall. Ishbala. Yeah, because remember, what was the stuff called that y'all ate the soup? It was called Ish something too. But Ishbala means feast hall. Anyways, we smash cut to where you guys are there. And actually, I'll just grab it after a quick break. Let's take a quick break real quick. I gotta fucking piss real bad, and then we'll do some stuff, and then we'll be done.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. I took a meta magic adept for my feet.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Interesting. That goes with the theme of Gabar making magic do stuff.
It's kind of what I was
supposed to.
thinking. So I took, and on top of that, I took transmutation, meta magic, and then twin spell.
Yeah.
So I should be able to have some fun with those things.
That's cool, man.
I'm more excited about the transmuted spell.
What does that mean?
I can spend a sorcery point to change the damage type of a spell that I cast. Yeah, so I can fuck around with fucking with vulnerabilities and
Yeah. That's dope. That's very thematic.
Wait,
for
what'd you
Gabar.
take?
meta magic adept. So
You did? I did too.
yeah. Did you really?
Yeah, that's
Doesn't
why.
that
That's
just
what
give
I
you
just
more?
did. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. I got the. I just used the one that does the disadvantage.
Oh, I thought you just got that from your normal meta magic.
No, I don't get more until level 10. I get 2 more.
Yeah. Plus 2 more sorcery points for you too. I only got 2
Yeah.
2 meta magic points to fuck around with, so I can't do too much with it.
That's still very thematic for Gabar, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy with that choice. I was looking through them and I'm like, man, that's gotta be fun, right? Just like fucking with the just like, and it doesn't say it's not like a spell point per level. It's just a sorcery point to change. So I can change my sickening radiance to
Fire
fucking
damage.
thunder damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, that's my favorite wizards. So first of all, love wizards. My favorite wizard subclass is the scribe wizard because they can just do that. That's just
Yeah.
what they do. Is change the damage type, and I think that's so fucking awesome.
Yeah, Scribe Wizard's a little OP in terms of wizards.
They're my favorite. They're so fucking awesome,
Yeah.
and they can make spell scrolls and shit. They're so cool. It's the wizardiest wizard that ever wizard.
Yeah, it's just like so much of their stuff is, I don't know, it's just like too powerful. It feels
It's an
weird,
awakened
you know?
spell book
Yeah.
that's like a familiar. It's awesome. I love the scribe wizard. It's my favorite.
Which ones did you take, Will?
Twin spell and transmuted spell. So I wanted to be able to do twin spell. Yeah, twin spell is fun. I can't twin anything except for a cantrip or a first level spell, unfortunately.
Man.
Or
Well,
I could do a second
second
level
level.
spell, but that would burn all my
Yeah,
points
me
for the
too.
day. Ooh, I
Oh.
can vortex warp 2 people.
Yeah.
Oh
Let's
shit.
go.
Very nice.
I could
That is
put
fair.
2 people on the edge for Sapphira to push off.
And
Oh, yeah, I could,
Spyro
like,
has
put-
2 attacks.
Yeah, I could put them like in a line, so it's just like a domino effect. Oh, this
Yeah,
is
I
fucking
love that.
wonderful.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. All right.
I
Everybody's
also
back.
took enhance ability for my spell, so I could also enhance 2 people's abilities.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Well, that one you can upcast.
Hmm?
That one you can upcast.
Oh, you can upcast enhance ability? Oh, so never mind. I don't even have to use twin spell for that.
All right.
Beautiful.
So we smash cut. You guys are already at the feast hall. This enormous yurt stands as the largest structure in the camp. Its structure consists of long wooden framework covered by thick hides and pelts to insulate against the biting cold. Inside, a large central fire pit provides warmth and illumination. 2 whole pine trees have been cut in half long ways to serve as long tables, and the ground is covered with furs and cushions for seating. The walls are adorned with torches and a few simple tapestries. You have discerned in your sort of seating. So you are, one of the tables is just like the Dalims and the Sidars and their Sahirs and their families. So that's just one whole table. So you guys are not welcome at that table, unfortunately, even though you're great warriors, stuff like that. So is everybody else. So you guys are only like, you're going to sit amongst everybody else. But only important families may come to the Ishbala feast. Like the best warriors, hunters / fishermen, the best artisans, war chiefs, Sidars, and all of their families. So there is a lot of camp that isn't feasting with you guys. This is only for like the nobility, basically, amongst the Regheds. The meal consists of mostly cooked fish, because you guys are by the coast, so knucklehead trout. There is some elk, and mostly berries and root vegetables, and water. Or you can try samakal, which is a liquor made from fermented fish oil and berries. It's fermented fish alcohol. It's fucking terrible. It's terrible. Absolutely disgusting. But you know, like, what's his name? Illican might like it, you know? Like, that might,
My
it might be
eyes
too-
were actually gonna dart to Gabar, who's been like a long time without a beer now, and
Jones
just
and
be
for
like,
alcohol.
"Fish?
Fermented stuff?
fish beer?
Yeah. Fish beer? Yeah. I'm just like, put it
It's-
in a, get a little shot glass.
Acidification.
I'll hit you."
Hold
yeah.
your nose. Yeah. All right. So as everybody's sort of gathering, some people have started picking at the food, which is all just laid out. It's like a banquet type thing where you just sort of feed yourself whatever's around. You just eat that. It's not like a vast amount of food. It seems to be like they're getting their carbs in before they fucking march out because they're leaving in the morning. So they're like unloading all the good stuff that they have now, and then because they can't take it with them, basically. So as everybody's sort of picking at the food and talking, the place is a little loud. Al Dubar will stand, right, and everyone will sort of hush and look upon him, and he will sort of put his hands out in the air, and he will say,
Shai al Dalim, bless this bounty with your mercy, and grant us strength for the battles ahead.
he says this in Bothi, by the way.
We beseech you with determination and resolve to open the gates of victory. So it is said.
Right, and everyone else says, so it is said, in Bothi, and the feast can begin in earnest. There is nothing special that happens during this feast, except for, I think, everybody make a perception check. I just want to see who notices.
Bruno, if you got him, I'll roll a 19.
Sure. All right. What's that bring you to total?
20.
Okay. So Ilakan and Gabar, both of you notice at the corner of your eye that Al-Shaba, or Katala, this Sadar of the Kalb tribe, the ghost, right? She has just been like eyeballing you guys since you walked in. She has done nothing but just stare at you intently. Not that she wants to speak with you or anything, she's just fascinated by you. Other than that, you guys can talk amongst yourselves and feast. The food's not bad, the alcohol's fucking terrible.
Oh, Gabar, if you had worse than this, it's got to be towards the bottom.
It's so bad it's good.
Yeah, but I'm kind of coming around on it. Yeah,
Yeah, it tastes like it's got this fish. It's thick, right? Like syrupy, and it has this sort of fishy taste to it. But they tried to put berries in there to make it more like a wine kind of deal. It's fucking nasty, but they tried to cover it up.
You know, there's
I
a
will
drink
give you
called,
50 gold to cast prestidigitation and flavor this.
Okay.
You don't have to pay me. I was
I'll-
gonna do that anyways. I can't.
Right,
I don't think I can
I'll,
change the flavor of stuff, can it? Go
No,
ahead, sorry.
you I thought you can though.
You could spice stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll totally turn it into like a spiced fermented liquor. Like,
Love it. So good.
okay, so now we're just drinking Malort. You know, it's like
Oh.
fucking okay.
It's not too bad. Does everybody drink it?
Yeah, Illican will drink it.
I'll drink it.
Valin
yeah.
Valin
I
will
do.
share.
Oh,
Will
okay.
share with you guys. She'll try it. She'll take a drink and her face will get all sour and she's like, "It is not to my taste."
Fuck, we've been this long without a drink. Fucking anything's to my taste right now.
Gabar, I think you have a problem.
Yeah, my problem is I haven't had a drink in 10 days.
All right.
Did you say something, Nate? I feel like you got cut off.
Yeah. Did you say something, Nate?
Right before we turn the rum into spiced rum.
Okay.
Oh no, I was sorry.
No,
No,
no.
no. I was just saying there's a drink called oh, I forgot it now. Oh, it's called Tigre de Leche, and it's like that. It's like liquor sushi juice.
Tiger's milk.
Yeah, tiger's milk.
That sounds nasty. And I do
Oh,
not
this
want it.
sounds delicious.
No, I'm on the nasty train for
It's
that
a
one.
Peruvian drink. We had it in Peru.
Guys, I had never had sake before, and I went to Hibachi the other day, and the motherfucker just squirted sake straight into my mouth, and I was like,
Do you like it?
It's all right. It was
Yeah.
warm. You know, I imagine it would be cold. It would be good cold. But anyways,
Well, this
is there anything that you guys would like to do at this feast?
I will point out to the rest of the party what Illiken and I noticed and just be like, she's I don't think she trusts us. She's kept her eye on us the whole time. Seems.
Well, for now, I'll keep an eye on her at all times.
I don't think it's
Which one
that.
is
Big
this?
Smell's got a couple fish shots rolling through him now. Though. I think she's got a crush on you.
Fish
Gamora.
shots.
I mean,
Um,
the Daleems had no idea what an archdevil was. I mean, I'm sure a tiefling would be a pretty bizarre sight if you had no frame of reference.
Can I try and get service thoughts off her?
Yeah, sure, you can try. Yeah. She's curious. She's curious of you guys. Part of her wants to like go talk to you, but she doesn't. Not that she has anything to say. That's why she doesn't. She's just curious.
Told you she had a crush on you, kid.
Yeah, I'll confirm Big Smiles theory.
I got a couple of fish shots in me too. I'll be like, maybe she really liked that trick where I turned into a bear.
One of the Reghed who is nearby you actually does speak a little bit of broken common. And he'll sort of overhear what you're talking about. And he will say, that is the ghost. They say she can turn invisible. She is the greatest hunter and assassin out of all the Regheds.
I'm so tempted to do it right now.
B,
What?
you must tell me which one of us does she fancy the most?
Just the boys
As,
getting
as
drunk
it's
at
as
the
it's starting
bar.
to get to
Oh
Illiken now.
no!
Oh, also you will know that
I'm
she's the bear's daughter.
That's
She's
right.
already a 10, Jay. You don't got to sell us even harder.
I'll pretend to read her mind a little more and be like, oh, no, I cannot say.
Damn the snow party insight checking.
B, you should just be like, it's the one you'd least expect and watch the party erupt.
It's me. No, it's me.
So how'd you guys TPK?
We were flirting with an assassin.
Drunk on fish shots.
We are a little bit tipsy at the moment, so
I mean, I'm probably in lightweight status if I haven't.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, you're 30 pounds.
That's fair too.
that too. This is some strong stuff. Is there anything else?
I'm actually 25. Thank you.
Oh,
Oh,
slim down.
all this good berries and soup.
Snowdrifters, what's the
You're
play
watching your diet here. You're watching the pounds.
Gotta keep it slim.
Are we just breaking for the glacier first crack tomorrow?
Oh yeah, I think so. But are we going to be doing the Reghed walk, or are we hoofing it with dogs and risking it?
I guess we'll have to see. I mean,
I think we just do our own dance
Yeah.
and
I think
book
we
it.
do the Reghed walk, but we do it without an army behind us. We just do it as the Snowdrifters.
Are we bringing a guide? Should we have Tariq lead us?
Yeah, if we could get them, it'd probably help.
I'd rather not get lost in the frozen wastelands of Icewind Dale without someone who knows the land. So if we could, I think that's smart.
If not, we press gang him into service.
I was gonna say, if not, Hillican and I would probably.
Tariq starts
figure-
signing at you guys.
You're coming with us.
He's signing somewhere.
Quintus, my comprehend language doesn't work on sign language.
Do you know what he's saying?
Indeed, they're just my tongues.
Oh shit. Fee?
All right, I'll. Hey, is there something you want to say?
Axe speaks.
This is why we're bringing you. Shit like that.
We can maybe use axe speaks, and they won't be because Qualb used them, and they're less likely to disturb because packs of dogs. There's several dozen pairs of feet. Axe
Yeah, it's
speaks.
constantly thudding.
Axe speaks aren't as much. There's not as much. And and axe speaks travel in packs, like in herds. So you might not. I mean, it's less likely, right, than a pack of dogs.
Can we
He
take?
says, might can use axe speaks.
Okay. Can they spare 7, or are we just gonna have to grab like 3 to pull the sleds?
You can ask. You can ask.
Because I mean, us mounted up might give us an advantage in any fights we have.
I mean, we are helping them a lot.
I mean, we're literally their only chance for salvation. Then they have no idea. But
All right. So the plan is, I hate to be like this, but we did talk about some stuff. I want to move on to the other shit. So the plan is, we're going to get some axe beaks and head straight for the glacier, and you're just going to supplement your lycanthropy with potions.
yeah, I'm gonna put it off as long as I can.
Okay. I mean,
And-
hopefully in the combat, they might take out the Delim and you might be cured, you know?
Well, as
Good.
soon if we beat her to the glacier, we don't need to go in the
Sure.
glacier right away. If we can defeat her at the entrance, we can go back for the guy. Depends on how. I mean, I think it depends on how many potions we can get, though.
Yeah, but I mean, also, I only need them on nights of the full moon, right? Or
No, it would be like every night after the full moon, you're going to
yeah,
need them.
okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so if we only get 4 potions, that's not really going to help us too
Yeah.
much.
I don't even know what the name of the next month is.
I don't know.
That'll get us to Marpenoth 4th. Yeah.
To die on.
All right, so that's the plan for right now. Okay, we can reestablish the plan next session. Okay, you guys are done with the feast. People start filing out. The Delim sort of nod towards you. Whatever. You are told to go to see the Sahirs after dinner. Is that the plan?
Mhm.
Okay. So you guys head towards the Sahir's hut. You didn't see all the Sahirs at dinner, just like the one that you guys are familiar with or something. Actually, I don't think any of the Sahirs were at dinner. They like keep the Sahirs separate from other people because they're like superstitious and you know, like the Sahirs keep themselves like in a burqa and stuff. Like you're not supposed to look at them. They're like mystical beings, right? So maybe they weren't at dinner. So you guys go to right outside, you know, a short walk away. There is a rounded hut made from interwoven branches and tanned hides. It's sort of like a yurt. The entrance is draped with a heavy fur-lined curtain. You guys enter. It's a fairly large place. As you guys enter, you will see furs and animal hides are strewn about the interior, forming makeshift seating and beds for the Sahirs. There's a low wooden table that sort of dominates the room, laden with various shamanistic tools, dried herbs, carved totems, stuff like that. The air inside is fused with a heady, earthy scent of crushed herbs and resins. And dim light emanates from several small flickering candles placed around the room. When you enter, you can see 4 people. They are all Sahirs, and they are draped in intricately woven robes and burqas, and they sit around around the table, their eyes closed in deep meditation. You will recognize Sahir Farah, who is the blind Sahir that you've met before. And you will see Sadar Sahir Majani, the one that you just met with the dark skin. As you guys enter, the Sahir sort of open their eyes. The other two that you don't recognize, one of which, you don't know this, but you will, is she's deaf. So one of them's blind and one of them's deaf. And she uses hand signals like Tariq does. And the other person, this other Sahir, looks super young. I mean, she might be 13 years old. And she's like fairly new to the whole Sahir thing. But when you guys enter, they stop their meditation, and Sahir Majani sort of rises onto her knees, and she'll pull down her burqa so that you can see her face, and she'll invite you in. We have been expecting you to come. We've all had dreams of late. Dreams that would be difficult to describe or assume meaning. We have invited you here because we wish to undertake the rite of Akum Almat, dream sharing. If you are willing, we can show you our visions. Are you willing?
I'm willing.
Very well.
Okay. So you guys all come and sit down amongst the Sahir. So they are spread out. They're not all sitting flat by side. They're like spread out around the circle of this table. And you guys are all sitting like intermittent between these Sahirs. Majani, she'll take a stone bowl that's full of crushed herbs and spices and resin. And she will hold out her hand and produce flame. Right? So she has like magic. And she will take the flame and set it in the bowl as if like wiping her hand off of the flame, and the flame will begin smoking on this herbs and stuff. And it will simmer down and become this sort of thick smoke. And she'll take the bowl up to her face and inhale the smoke. And she'll pass it to, Gabar, who's next to her.
Little tipsy, so I'm like, fuck, this sounds like a horrible fucking idea. I'll bring it out to my nose and I'll just take a big old whiff of it.
Of course. It is passed around as everyone sort of breathe in this smoke.
Now we're all crossfaded.
Yep. All right. So does everybody do it though? Hotboxing. Okay, cool. So she'll set the bowl in the center of and after you do, you sort of feel like fucking hazy. Yeah, like you do feel a little crossfaded. So the smoke sort of begins to fill the room as it is passed around. So you're literally hotboxing this place. And then she will place it in the center of the table as it still emits smoke. And she will sit down and she will hold Gabar's hand, who's next to her, and, Quintus's hand on the other side of her. And everyone needs to interlock hands with the Sahirs. Does everyone hold hands? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
She will close her eyes and begin to hum slowly. And after a moment, the other Sahirs join in. Is there anything you guys would like to do? They're just humming and holding hands with their eyes closed.
Keep my eyes closed and then open one eye and dart around the room and just make sure everyone's doing the same thing and then close my eyes again.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
After some time, you're not sure how long, but it feels like a long time. It feels like several minutes have passed in silence where you just hear these women humming. You will see visions flash behind your eyelids, right? So you're not like taken somewhere else, right? You just see images in your mind. One of these images is a great wall of ice. Impossibly tall, sheer wall of ice. The Reghed Glacier. And then it flashes again, and there's an opening, a crack in the glacier that leads to darkness within. Another flash. There's creatures or figures that dance about in a dark, icy cavern made of shadow and pure evil. It moves, it flashes again, and there's a red glow that pierces the darkness somewhere else in an icy cave. And as this glow sort of gets brighter and brighter from like beneath, rising up is a huge remoraz that has this sort of glowing down the side of it as it's generating this immense heat. It flashes again. You see a couple of dark-skinned elves that move about a crumbling ruin in the dark. Another flash. There's a dark chamber made of ice. And you can't really see anything because it's black, right? And then this single glowing yellow-green eye illuminates. And then 3 more sort of in the vision open up and illuminate these single eyes. 4 of them total. Flashes again. This one hangs for a moment. A dark chamber where dozens of human skulls have been piled around a pillar of ice. And all of you get the feeling in your stomach, even though you just ate and you just, drank a little bit, you get this feeling in your stomach of starvation. Like your stomach is twisting with hunger. And inside of this icy pillar, frozen within, is a dark, thin, and misshapen humanoid form. Its legs twisted like that of a dog, and its powerful arms hang below its knees. 2 glowing red eyes illuminate to Kelly Lee. And then it fades out again. And the last thing that you see is a long, narrow, icy tunnel. And as you're sort of moving through it, it opens to a vast grotto, encased and enclosed by gleaming ice. Consigned to this frozen sepulcher is a foreboding city of black rock, illuminated in a haunting green and purple light that sheds no warmth. The city is slightly tilted, its massive curled spires leaning to one side. You find yourselves now seeing the ancient Netherese city of Yithrin for the first time. And the vision sort of ends, and you all can find yourselves sort of coming back away from these sort of visions. Your mind sort of clears from the smoke. Majani, the Sahir, or the Sadar Sahir, will say, "Did you see?"
So again,
None of us Sahirs have ever experienced this place, but we know this place to be Athrak al-Atham, the Caves of Hunger. Remember, Snowdrifters, These caves of hunger are very dangerous. Perhaps more perilous than the island of solstice. I'll repeat that line just for fucking effect. Perhaps more perilous than the island of solstice.
I'll capitalize that in my notes here. Yeah.
Yep.
If there is a great battle to come, and you have a chance to fight alongside the Reghed, or save your resources for the caves of hunger, choose the latter. The fate of not just our people, but all of Icewind Dale rests in your hands. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, you must reach your destination and end this forsaken winter. Do not spend your resources. Do not spend yourself and your resources in the battle. You will need all your strength to traverse beneath the Reghed Glacier.
Well, I felt a little bad about abandoning the Regheads before, but I guess that helps a little.
And I told the Dalim as much.
If you can fit a long rest in between a battle and going into the caves of hunger, that's fine. But don't literally unload on avarice and fucking all these people and then expect to do fine in the caves of hunger, because you will not. And that's what these Sahirs have seen. And they're trying to prevent you from doing so.
Do you know anything about that creature in the ice?
They have shown you all that they know.
And Great Remoraz looked like a Remoraz we're familiar with, not the carving.
There was
on
a big ass Remoraz in there, yeah, but it looked like a Remoraz, yeah, not the carving.
Ain't so tough.
It's possibly just a Remoraz. They're just fucking huge. And the Sahira will explain that we've had visions of other things in this caves of hunger as well, but this is what we managed to show you. There's more dangers lurking within.
Fuck me, I forgot about the Brigand Dareth.
Seems they might have won the race.
Can the Goliaths help us at all, Lillican?
I think,
They won't get there quick enough. They'll just be there at the same time everyone is.
unfortunately, they will not. My best hope is to send some of the Griffins to aid in the battle, can take some of the load off of us as we prepare for whatever awaits in these caves.
But I mean, even if the Goliaths arrive during the battle, that's still valuable.
As a leader, I must say that the issue is defending Sky Tower. Though the Thunlakalaga have not been campaigning, it seems, there have still been skirmishes. I can divert some of the best warriors, perhaps, but I think it would be unwise to divert them all. A shame I did not have enough time to convince the Thunlakalagans to join us.
What
You're a
about
good leader, Illiken.
Hold up. What did V say?
Said you're a good leader, Illiken.
I am trying. This issue, of course, is much more pressing to me than squabbles with the Thunlagalaga, but I still must have certain assurances in place, lest I come home to another wasteland.
You're a young prince, Illiken, but you speak like a wise king.
what about Oyam Taruk? Could you send her a message and ask for her aid? At least not to battle, but to have her go to the Thunlakalakas and explain the dire situation. I don't know if they river Oyam Taruk as the Akhenathis do, but if she were to come to them and just implore them to not be a bunch of fucking arseholes for a few days while the, Akhenathis take care of some shit, then
I considered calling upon Oyama Nartuk, but this idea, and you will see this like grin flash across his face. Could something like that actually work? Could she convince them?
I mean,
Maybe.
your
And you
people
will
like
see
competition, right?
Yeah, and
See
you'll
which
see
tribe can kill more Regheads.
yeah, he's like putting the puzzle pieces together in his head, and he was like, he never would have considered this, but it might just work.
All right, listen, guys. I fucking love you. It's like late, and I need 2 more things that I gotta do before we end the session.
Yeah,
We
it's
can do
fine.
all the plan. We can do all the planning in the world next session.
The actual
Um,
sending messages, we'll take care of that next
Okay,
session.
yeah,
but that,
please. Like,
All right, all
but
right.
the idea is good. I want to move on. I love you guys. Is there anything else you want to ask to the Sahirs? Okay. They like wish you farewell and do good on your journey and whatever. You guys are now set up to rest. It's late enough where you can go rest. You have 2 like tents that are given to you. One can comfortably seat 5 people. The other one can comfortably seat 4 people. How do you want to divvy that up?
Gabar, Sonar, Vlin, fuck it.
Okay.
Actually, I'll be in the tent with Big Smile and
Y'all, I
Alright.
just want to say that is exactly what I thought.
Oh,
That is literally exactly what I thought, which leaves Quintus, V, Illican, and Tariq to be in the other tent.
We call the
What's that?
Shield Guardian though.
Okay, cool. Shield Guardians on your. The tents are side by side, like almost directly next to each other. But sure, the Shield Guardian can go to your guys' side. Very cool. You guys start to bed down for a rest. Sapphira,
yes,
would you like to go meditate by the
I would
shrine?
love to.
Okay. Does anybody want to come with her, or does Sapphira go by herself?
I mean, I will be going on my own unless anybody
Okay.
wants to join me. Anybody is free to join me if they want.
Just on the off chance that the Sahirs create an elaborate ploy to get you to pray in front of that altar and have the spirit permanently possess you, don't let that happen, and I'll give you an inspiration.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
All right. So Sapphira, you
Thank you.
venture towards this shrine. Right. How do you want to? What do you want to do? She basically told you just meditate, hang out.
Actually, now that I think about it, could I bring Gabar over here just in case? Gabar, Quintus, since you already casted the thing at the very least.
yeah, if Sapphira asks Gabar to come, I will go.
You want to go, or you want Gabar to come?
Gabar and Quintus at the very least.
Yeah, I'll go.
Okay, well,
All right.
all right, cool. All right, so you all go together.
Can I go?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right.
Little
So you all go.
date.
Sapphira, when you get there, again, it's a circle of stones. At the far end is this big spire. There's a brazier with a burning fire in it. What would you like to do?
I will get over to this brazier, kind of sit, or kind of like kneel, kind of right in front of it. I take out the Jihad Kala, hold it essentially in both hands,
Mhm.
and I kind of just. There's a part of her that's like a little bit cautious at first,
Mhm.
but after a little bit, I think it might just take like a little bit of like goading from like some of the others, just be like, just relax for a little bit,
Okay.
for once.
All right. What would the rest of you like to do? Those of you that went.
I'm just hanging
Looking at
around
the
on the
spirits.
hanging around on the fringe, just making sure that she doesn't start convulsing, that there's no
Okay.
spirits coming out or anything. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Give her
think
space.
All right. Sapphira.
yes.
5 minutes go by. 10 minutes go by. But you do feel the Jihad Kala vibrating in your hands, right? Just very slightly, and this sort of black smoke just lightly emanating off of it. And as you sit amongst the stillness of the icy wilderness beside this towering standing stone, while the warmth from the brazier's fire embraces you, you meditate, and a hush calmness envelops this sacred site. As you are contemplating, a strange warmth begins to emanate from your lap, from this Jihad Kala. And as you open your eyes, you find that the Jihad Kala is now enshrouded in a swirl. And all of you can see this from the outside too. A shroud of like this black smoke, right? And it begins to emanate forth out of the Jihad Kala and sort of dance before you. The smoke gradually begins to coalesce into a form, taking on the silhouette of a proud, muscular, feminine figure, draped in fur-lined cloaks, all covered in shadow, right? It hovers lightly above the ground with its back to you, moving with this sort of ethereal grace over the brazier and toward the stone. Sapphira, you feel a deep wave of nostalgia wash over you, like the feeling of finally returning home. The spirit's hand reaches out and makes contact with the weathered stone surface. As she does, the flames within the brazier turn blue and cold. Her gaze does not fall upon you, but you feel the urge to rise and touch the stone as well.
And I will do so.
You stand up, and as the smoke trail still leads to her spirit, right? As you like get closer, the tail of the smoke sort of shortens, and you now stand side by side with her. As you touch the stone, at that moment, the glyphs and symbols adorning this stone burst to life, right? And from them, a stream of undulating colors, blue, green, violet, yellow, like the colors of the aurora, burst outwards, right? And arc through the air. And they begin to surround you like a fucking storm, right? Those of you that are on the outskirts are feeling the force of this light pushing you backwards. What would you like to do? Those of you, Sapphira, not you, everyone else.
I can't. Can I see through the lights? Can I see Sapphira?
You can see Sapphira, but there's light, blinding light sort of pushing you away because it's right at the radius. It's surrounding Sapphira and the circle of stones, right?
But she doesn't look like she's in danger. Doesn't look like she. No.
She looks calm.
I mean, I'll take a big power up for a massive battle.
Okay. So you try to stay within the light?
I'm not getting close, but I mean for Sapphira.
Yeah, okay. So as this sort of, it looks like the aurora, right? That's sort of swirling around her like a vortex at the edge of this sort of circle of stones. All of you can see within the light, it's now what's just now created like a sort of wall. There are dozens of illuminated shapes, like human figures, wild animals, and even remoras, all swirling and dancing in a mesmerizing display in the lights, right? The light then arcs upward, right? From this sort of vortex, there's this arc upward of light that drives down into this sort of spirit, right? And it collides with you, Sapphira, and this sort of shadowy figure. And when it hits the shadowy figure, it recoils back, right? And the lights, like a cleansing tide, washes over this shadowy figure, transforming the once murky cloud of darkness into a glowing entity that radiates the colors of the aura, right? Of the aurora, right? Like, so this green and, you know, like Quintus's background, right? Like Brendan's background, like this sort of fucking undulating, but it's got orange and yellow and all the colors. And this figure now becomes part of this aurora. And as the last vestiges of shadow dissolve, the brilliant figure turns towards you. It's still a sort of silhouette. You can't make out any details, but its eyes are like stars in the night sky, piercing through the sort of lights of the aurora. And it looks towards you. And a deep sense of love and gratitude fills you, Sapphira, like an unspoken thank you. Then suddenly the light begins swirling around you faster and faster and faster and faster. But the spirit is still gazing upon you. And at this point, y'all motherfuckers on the edge are pushed out. Like, there is no way that you can resist the sort of power of this light swirling around them, right? And you're sort of, they're pushed out, but the figure, it never looks away from you, Sapphira. Her image etching itself into your memory. And the feeling of strength, courage, honor, wisdom wash over you like a triumphant song, a request, encouragement. And then suddenly there is an explosion of light. Sapphira, you're blinded. Everybody else is blinded by this explosion of light. And there is a crack of lightning in the sky. Right?
I do want to
And-
say, as
Yeah.
that moment is happening as
Yes.
well, when
It's swirling
like,
around and she's looking at you.
right before the light kind of like
Mhm.
explodes out, the
Mhm.
greens and the like the greens and the yellows kind of like of this aurora that are
Yeah.
encircling,
Mhm.
they slowly start to turn a sapphire blue.
Oh, fucking awesome. Okay, yes, totally. But with an explosion of light and a crack of lightning, the spirit whoosh, returns to the Jihad Kala. And the lights fade out. And as you look down upon the Jihad Kala, there is a lingering, undulating glow emanating from it, like that of the aurora. And then, as if nothing happened, the sacred site returns to being as quiet and still as ever.
How did the rest of the camp react to that?
No one noticed.
Supernaturally didn't notice, or nobody's around?
A little bit of both. But you guys
Far-
definitely saw that whole thing.
Sapphire's eyes
I'm
kind
glad
of
you
like,
invited us.
yeah, Sapphire's eyes kind of like illuminate in like the aurora colors
Sure.
for a little bit as they begin to kind of like refocus into her like normal blue color as she
Mhm.
looks down at the Jihad Kala. Kind of just observing it for a little bit, and there's a part of her that is a little bit worried, given that she kind of, this is one of those moments where she essentially let her guard down and essentially let a spirit into her like essentially let the spirits of the Regheads kind of like take the wheel for the moment.
Yep.
But she feels like this was something that, at the very least, something she kind of needed to do.
Yep. So, as you look down upon this radiating blade, you see that it does this.
It's kind of aurora lights.
Ooh, what is this?
So it has the same effects as the original, where you can
Mhm.
channel her spirit. Only instead of D6 fire damage, it does a D8 radiant damage.
Okay.
But not just that. Oh, and it also doesn't give you levels of exhaustion or anything anymore when you assume the spirit. And
okay.
and it doesn't take control of you. You do not lose control of yourself while channeling the spirit. But also, you can do the Spirit Invoker Call. This is a legendary item. You can do the Spirit Invoker Call, where you can either call upon the ancestral spirits of the Regheads who once served Dalima Amira Sophia, or you can call upon the spirit of an ancient Remoraz.
Okay.
So that's what happened.
Oh my god. Okay. Look at this.
Well, that's pretty cool.
This is amazing.
Yeah.
And you get double sight.
Yep,
Hell
and you get double
yeah.
sight. So this is the uncursed version of the weapon, right?
Oh, that's cool. Oh man. This is amazing. I might just use this from now on.
Yeah, it's pretty badass. But yeah, there you go. Now this is more worthy of the because the item's not cursed anymore. You have cleansed the item of its curse, so now it works a lot better. So there you go. Jihad Kala Taharna, the Spirit Invoker Unleashed. Legendary item. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Well, you don't have to thank me. Thank Dalima Samira Safira.
Thank you, Delima Amir Safira, whose name sounds suspiciously like my name
Like
at
yours.
some point.
It sure
Yeah.
does.
Her name is my
But
name
she basically charged you with being a leader. That's her. She's like, listen, you've held me for this long. You better be a good leader. And that's what she said. They basically tried to tell you before she disappeared. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the movie Brother Bear. But there's like an end scene where there's like aurora lights surrounding and there's like fucking mammoths and people and birds and all kinds of shit. That's what it was. That's what happened.
I remember that movie. That was part of my childhood.
Been a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll post the video, but that's what happened to Sapphira. So what would you like to do now?
I would not have believed you if I did not see this for my own eyes.
Fuck was that?
Impressive.
I think I purified the soul, the sword, the staff, the spear.
One of those.
I can't speak anymore. I think I need some sleep.
Perfect.
Like it's time to hang up the axe.
Well, I mean, the axe will
Start
always
dual
have a special
wielding.
place. Axe will always have a special place in my heart, of course. I think I just need to practice with this a little bit more. Become a part of it. I think I've been entrusted with the spirits of the Regheads.
All right. So you guys make your way back down off the cliff to go back to your tents.
All the while, Sapphira is just staring at the staff.
Mm-hmm. Eventually, this is where I want to end the session. So eventually, rest finds you. And we get this sort of cutscene, right? Where everyone's sleeping in their tent. Sonar is sort of idly, meditating inside the tent, looking over Gabar. And a flap of the tent from like not where you're supposed to come in through sort of like gets pulled open. And a Reghed crawls its way through the hole. But this Reghed, it looks like it's been dead for a while. And you see the glowing red eyes. And before Sonar has a chance to say anything, it looks over Gabar and says, "I got you, you filthy gnome."
I knew it wasn't a fucking Reghed.
This guy.
And we will end the session there.
God damn it! How many times do I have to teach this dead motherfucker this lesson?
All right, so that's where we'll end the session.
Damn, well done, y'all. Well done.
All right, I need a little bit of a solid plan. So you guys are just gonna fucking gun it for the Reghed Glacier.
Oh, beat the shit out of a Reghed zombie first, and then
Yeah. Well, of course, yeah. Yeah. All right. Cool. Very cool.
stock up on as many Wolfsbane potions that they can spare, and just grab
Take some
as
axe
many
beaks, right? You probably will need one with the sled or two with the sled because you got to carry the shield guardian.
Are we gonna message the Goliaths or no?
Yeah. Well, we can handle all of that. I just like, as far as story wise, moving the plot forward, you're just gonna gun it for the Reghed Glacier. Okay.
Yeah, I think beating Avarice there is kind of key.
And then you're gonna wait for the army to show up before you get in, or are you just, now that you know that you need to save your resources anyways, are you just gonna enter as soon as you get there?
No,
Well,
I
think that's only going to lead to a third time of Avarice fucking bending us over.
Fucker.
Because if we go through the caves and then we're depleted from that, and then Avarice just waltzes in behind us.
I was thinking like we go like
she's gonna do that regardless.
Yeah, at least
I was
getting there
thinking-
early gives us the option,
Yeah, I think that we go in there early, get to like the first like ambush site, like not outside but like inside, and then ambush her when she gets in, when she doesn't have the dragons and all that shit. So if like we just get into like the intro area, cut them off.
I mean, if you're fast enough, you can just beat her to the punch. Like you can get control of them. You can try to get control of the Mythalar.
Well, I didn't know if we wanted to try. I mean, because I did think that we want to kill her and then go kill the guy that is cursing Quintus.
You could do that.
I was thinking if the
As long
Goliaths
as we got
are
enough
coming-
potions, we can. put
Yeah.
them on hold.
True. Like if we have enough potions to get Quintus through like a few extra days, if we can wait for the Goliaths to like hold them up and like fuck around, we could just get in lickety split to try.
I mean,
and
I was
bang.
thinking they could probably spare one for everybody and then 10.
Oh
Do we
wow.
think
So
14 days will be
17 total?
enough?
Yeah,
Yeah, 17 total.
that's more than I thought.
Okay. Ideal scenario, we beat Avarice to the glacier. Maybe we set up an ambush before opening the glacier, so she thinks she beat us there. And then ideal scenario, we win the battle, kill her and Batrim. And then we can go through the caves at our leisure, but that seems unlikely.
Yeah, because she's traveling with an army, right?
Yeah.
So when she gets there, so does the Lahab army. And the dragons and everybody.
Yeah, either Will's plan where we fight her in the halls of hunger,
Caves.
Caves.
caves. Of Hunger. Yeah, I think fighting them anywhere outside of that where we got to take on the whole army is probably just not going to happen. I mean, maybe if we get a good.
I mean,
enough
if you
head
get a
start on
good
the
enough head
halls-
start, you can just fucking wipe the floor with her and get, whatever loot and magic items is in Yithrin and go kick her ass with that.
Yeah, that's the thing. She
Yeah.
usually gets us when we're like beaten after a dungeon, but if
That's
like
just
we
what I'm
come
worried
out of the dungeon with a nuke or something, then
I'm just worried that if we go into the dungeon, we get our asses handed to us and we're trying to rest or something, and here she comes fucking again, and it's this song and dance over again. You know, she finds us when we're in a weakened state. It's like, well,
yeah. It's like Gary
Yeah.
and Pokemon on the Game Boy. You just do the thing and
Yeah.
he comes
It
in.
would be like when you guys, the Red Wizard lady, you sort of used her until she was not useful anymore, and then fucking the devil guy stopped her. But you know, what was her name?
it's being with a Z.
Yeah.
Zagmyra.
That's
Zagmyra.
it.
Zagmyra.
I fucking hated her.
Oh
Yeah.
boy, she pulled that same shit.
What was his name? Iron Claws? Rip.
That was a good game. All right, so
That was a lot of notes for one session.
Yeah.
Holy
The
shit.
last
Yeah.
two I have a lot of notes.
Yeah.
I wrote all this shit down.
When's our week off in October? Does someone have something in October?
I do. I'm traveling to Atlanta. I cannot make it the week of the 23rd. So the 25th, I will not be here.
We got plenty of time.
Wait.
Jesus.
No, sorry, the 18th.
Okay, so
The
another
18th, I will
two
not be
full
here.
sessions.
Yeah.
That's plenty. You have the amount of shit we're gonna get done in 2 sessions is astronomical.
Sweet.
Okay. Cool.
All right.
All right, so
Sounds good.
one more time so I can get my prep straight. You're just gunning it for the Reghed Glacier.
I think we got to.
And then-
Basically, yeah.
Are you gonna open it?
If we get there, yes.
That would be
Yeah.
my vote too. Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
I
if
just
we
want
get
to like.
there
Great.
first.
I want
You
to
only have that because when we open it, then it's like going to summon Arl to us. Now we know.
Well, we'll see. But I just need to know, like, should I prep this whole dungeon or should I focus on the war? So if you guys are gonna gun it to the thing, then I don't have to focus on the war. I can focus more on. Okay, all right. I just don't want to be. I don't. You know. I know I seem like all knowing, but they to plan a war in real life. Like there's fucking whole committees of people committed to like planning a war. I'm doing the war on both sides by myself, so it's a little stressful. If I don't have to worry about it, then I will put that off.
Yeah,
Okay,
I would
cool.
say put it off. I like the ambush plan personally.
Okay, that's fine. Y'all can do whatever you want from that point. But like, as long as you're like, we're gonna open the glacier, I need a plan for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ideally, there's a long hallway with a lot of crevices and alcoves in between the entrance to the glacier and the caves.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna see what happens. I'm stoked.
Cool, boys.
Yeah, this is gonna be great. Well, we're getting really fucking close, y'all. Like,
Oh yeah.
really fucking close. Yeah, like once you're in the caves, that's like the last stretch, you know.
Oh shit.
Oh, okay.
Like
I just got kind of sad all of a sudden.
Well,
Wow.
it's like, remember when y'all got to Omu and I was like, oh, this is the
Okay.
last stretch, and then it was like 2, 3, 4 months. You
Yeah,
know,
that
it's-
was half the campaign.
yeah, it's like that again. You know, like it's gonna be a long haul to go through this dungeon and more stuff. It's
was-
like a whole.
Oh shit.
It was
Yeah.
like session 50 when we got to Omu, wasn't
No,
it?
y'all got to
It was like
30,
30 something.
37.
We
Yeah,
were
shit.
level
Yeah.
5.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be quite a lot. Yeah, not this many. You're at 60 now. It definitely won't be that many. Maybe another 30 sessions, which is still a lot.
Yeah, that's 50% longer than Doom.
Yeah, but we're definitely on the home stretch for sure.
Oh yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, we're
Can't wait to
definitely
get
on
to
the home
Yithrin.
stretch. I cannot wait either. It's gonna be so crazy.
I'm
All right.
excited.
Cheers,
Okay.
fellas.
Yeah, I'll see you guys later.
Yeah.
See you
All
next
right,
week.
good session,
Oh,
man.
boy.
That was awesome.
guys.
See you guys
Good
next
session,
session.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right.